chambers. Just before council begins, I'd like to go over the emergency response plan. If there is an emergency, everybody must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery behind me, please follow security, and council, please follow me to evacuate the room. After leaving the room, please do go down the stairwells and go down to ground level and evacuate the building through the emergency exit, and please go straight to the muster point shown on the screen. Friendly reminder not to take the elevator or walk through the city room. If anybody has any limited mobility issues, please identify themselves to security. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that at this time we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as the Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And we will do a roll call of council colleagues, a number of folks joining us in chambers, but I'll start with Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans. I think joining us as he is able. We'll check in later. Councillor Rutherford.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor Knack will be joining us shortly.
He's here. Can we just check?
Good morning.
Oh, hi, Mayor Knack. Nice to see you online. Councillor Parmar.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Elliott.
Morning.
Morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I do believe Councillor Jans might just have joined.
Councillor Jans, are you online?
He's joining.
I do see him online, so we will say that he's here. Thanks so much. And before we consider today's agenda, I will ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member. A conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we will move to the adoption of the agenda. So I believe there are a few additions here. Can I look to Councillor Tang
Sure,
for adoption of
yes.
agenda?
I will move that the March 5th, 2026 special city council meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 3.1, 2026 department presentations, Office of the City Manager, 3.2 presentation from Financial and Corporate Services, 3.3 presentation from Urban Planning and Economy, 3.4 presentations from Integrated Infrastructure Services, 3.5 presentations from City Operations, Fleet and Facility Services, 3.6 presentations from City Ops, Parks and Road Services, 3.7 presentations from City Operations, Edmonton Transit Service, 3.8 presentations from Community Services, Fire Rescue Services, 3.9 presentations from Community Services, Social Development, 3.10 presentations from Community Services, Community Standards, and 3.11 presentations from Community Services, Community Recreation and Culture, and 3.12 City Manager opening remarks, 2026 Department and Branch presentations, verbal report, and attachment 1. And we're also suspending rules that the following section of Council Procedures Bylaw 1A155 be waived for the discussion of items 3.1 to 3.12, 27.2, Section 27.2, except during a council meeting, a motion does not need to be made prior to the discussion of an item listed on an agenda.
Great.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Tang, seconded by Councillor Stevenson.
Just a quick question.
Any questions? Councillor Tang?
Shouldn't 3.12 be the first one?
There's a request for that to be the first item on the back page of
Oh,
that.
gotcha. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the clarification. Please vote on adoption of the agenda.
Councillor Principe is yes.
Thanks, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Confirming that was you, Councillor Parmar?
Yes, Counselor Farmer, yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We've got Mayor Knack's vote.
I'm a yes as well.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Jans, I believe you are online and able to hear. We'll just give, a few more chances. We're just waiting for 2 more votes.
I'm a yes, it's just loading.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Jans? Councillor Jans, are you able to vote? So I'm just waiting for one more. I think it's just technical, so we'll just give Councillor Jans a second or two. Oh, we had it and we lost it. I'm not sure if eScribe's just warming up. Yeah, we'll just say that Councillor Jans was absent. We have all the votes.
Display the vote. And that is carried. Great, thank you. Protocol items. As Mayor Knack gets settled here, I will do our only protocol item. So good morning, everyone. Tomorrow marks the opening of the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games in Milan and Cortina d'Ampezzo, Italy. The Paralympic Games are one of the greatest displays of human spirit and athleticism. They're a powerful reminder that excellence in sport has no boundaries. The Edmonton region has helped produce a number of athletes competing in the Games, and we take immense pride in knowing that when Team Canada takes to the ice and the snow, a number of athletes and coaches have roots right here in Edmonton. I want to highlight some of the locals participating in the Games. So first, the para ice hockey. We're thrilled to see Edmonton's own Mika Kovacevic make his official Paralympic debut. Micah has been a consistent force for Canada since 2018, and after helping bring home gold at the 2024 World Championships, we know he's ready to light the lamp in Italy. He'll be supported by someone who knows what it takes to win on that stage, assistant coach Stephen Arsenault from Spruce Grove. Steve is a decorated 2-time Paralympian as a player, winning silver in 2018 and bronze in 2014, and is now guiding the next generation from behind the bench. In para-Nordic skiing, we have a major medal threat representing us. Derek Zaplotinsky, originally from Smoky Lake, but a fixture in our training community, is heading into these games on fire. Derek won the 2025 to 2026 World Cup Crystal Globe in biathlon and now has his sights set on the Paralympic podium. In addition to Steve on the coaching front, we have a para-curling head coach, Michael Lismore, a proud University of Alberta alumni, will be guiding the team. And Dr. Helen Jorgensen, a recent U of A PhD graduate, is a member of the national coaching staff for para-biathlon. As they wear the maple leaf with pride, we want every athlete and coach to know that they have the unwavering support of Edmontonians behind them every step of the way. Thanks so much, and I will return the chair to Mayor Knack.
Thank you very much. Next will be selection of items for debate. I think we can just safely say we're selecting all of them, so for fun, I'll just do that. Save us the trouble of clicking on. So I'm selecting all 3.1 through 3.12. Next, there are no reports that have not been selected for debate, so next is requests to speak, which there are none. Requests for time specific, there is one. Councillor Tang, did you want to move that?
So moved.
Thank you. So that's for 3.12 being first item of business.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on that? Seeing none, please vote.
Councillor Principe is yes.
I'm a yes as well.
Thanks, Councillor Principe. Thanks, Councillor Elliott.
And Counselor Parmar is a yes. Too.
Thanks, Councillor Parmar. Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans, are you able to vote verbally? We have Councillor Jans's vote.
Thank you. Please
just waiting
oh,
for-
Me, maybe? Oh, it is me.
We have all the
That's
votes.
me. Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Next, there are no bylaws. Therefore, we are ready to move into our public reports, which will start with item 3.12.
Good morning, Mayor Knack and members of council. Before we begin, I thought I would take a moment to set the foundation for roles we play in each creating a city that Edmontonians can be proud of. Achieving and maintaining financial sustainability is foundational to everything our municipality does and requires a collaborative partnership between council and administration to ensure the long-term fiscal health. Council operates from a governance perspective, focusing on strategic rules and limits. As council, you set direction, strategic direction, define policy and funding frameworks, and provide the necessary oversight and accountability that enables long-term financial planning. Administration manages the financial operations of the corporation, and as administration, we execute the strategic direction provided by council, manage performance, and report regularly. This ensures that administration acts as financial stewards, ensuring operational efficiency while considering risk. This integrated effort achieves the 4 shared common objectives: to strengthen long-term financial sustainability by ensuring today's decisions support the resilient future, to align financial resources with strategic priorities to deliver the greatest value to our community, to deliver efficient and accountable services through ongoing performance measurement and criticality, and to balance the renewal and growth investments to maintain reliable infrastructure and maintain the total cost of ownership. Next slide. I also thought it would be helpful to walk council through the overview of what to expect as part of the department and branch presentations. Over the next several special city council meetings, our intention is to show the work the organization of the organizations in the context of the 2026 budget. As we work toward the 27 to 30 operating, capital, and climate budgets, there will be a number of planned touch points with council along the way. I'd encourage you to keep these in mind during these presentations. We've already walked you through the operating and capital investment outlooks, solidified council's priorities and outcomes for each priority, and now we are moving into department and branch presentations to provide you with a solid understanding of the current state and the base that we are building from heading into the 27 to 30 budget. And there's more to come. On April 15th, we will bring you a report outlining the indicators and performance measures for council's priorities, along with the evaluation criteria, and public engagement is also underway and will continue through and after the department presentations. This will include ward-by-ward engagement, ensuring residents have the opportunity to understand the budget context and provide input. We will bring forward the capital business plan in June, and in preparation for December, when council will debate and deliberate the 27 to 30 operating, capital, and climate budgets. But today is about department branch presentations. This session will outline how we translate tax dollars into end user fees into services that residents rely on. At a high level, the budget is about the services we deliver, the people who deliver the services, and the organizational structure in which they operate, and the equipment, capital it takes to deliver our services. The budget it is an exercise in resource allocation, including who pays for what and how. All of this will help connect the above services, people, and time into our fiscal reality, and to inform you about the specific resources and funding required to maintain or enhance service levels. By the end of the presentations, our hope is that you have a deeper understanding of the complexities of the municipal service delivery and the trade-offs involved in budgetary decisions. We understand that that as you consider the information presented, you may have questions that would be more appropriate for an in-private conversation or discussion. particularly around trade-offs, reallocations, or confidential concerns, please know that we're happy to shift into private, resolve any questions, and move back into public. I also want to share that there will be additional opportunity to have more fulsome conversation on what you've heard through the budget presentations and your council priorities at our next non-regular council meeting on May 6th. Next slide. On March 18th, administration presented to council in response to Mayor Knack's motion regarding the budget development. Our presentations are designed to cover the elements listed on the slide in direct response to that request. Our goal is to provide the level of information necessary to inform your decision making as we move towards the development of the 27 to 30 budget. And as part of this evolution, administration is committed to transitioning to results-based budgeting. This is a strategic approach where the focus expands from simply measuring what we spend to measuring what we achieve. In simple terms, it is a budget process where resource allocation is directly linked to measurable outcomes and specific service goals, ensuring every dollar is tied to a clear purpose. This work will take time, and to be successful, we must be honest about our starting point. In the department and branch presentations, you will see a strategic mix of performance measures, municipal comparisons, and benchmarks where there are currently available. As we move through the 2027 to 30 cycle, administration intends to address benchmarking to ensure consistency and comprehensive benchmarking, performance measurement to ensure all outcomes. As we move through these branch department presentations, our depth of discussion will match the scale of spend. For parts of some parts of the organization, we will provide comprehensive overview to department and branch levels. For city operations and community services, we want to provide you with a deeper line of sight down to the program level. By doing this, you will be able to see exactly how these dollars translate into frontline services that Edmontonians see every day. The presentation that you'll see focus on civic departments and branches, as these are within my direct authority as city manager, where I am directly accountable to you for performance, efficiency, and delivery. That being said, you won't see utilities and enterprise operations. We focused the presentations on tax levy operations. The other areas listed on the slide are the other areas listed on the slide are reported on by other mechanisms or directly report to you. All of the data provided in the upcoming presentations are based on 2026 operating and capital budgets, and presentations for the 27 to 30 budget will be coming to you in the fall. In these presentations, we will also take you through the regulatory framework. Every branch is governed by a set of mandates that determines how we function. In each presentation, we will highlight the specific constraints and requirements that define the areas of operations. First, we have legal requirements. These are non-negotiables that often are often dictated by the authorities, such as legislation like the Municipal Government Act or provincial safety codes, agreements which are legally binding contracts and intergovernmental arrangements, and in case law, there's legal precedents that shape our ability to and duty of care. And the second, we have city policies and standards. These are internal and professional guardrails that we ensure quality and consistency. Bylaws and policies which council approved rules and the corporate code of conduct. Industrial and professional standards, including adhering to engineering, accounting, and planning standards. And compliance, which is our own internal audit requirements and safety protocols. Understanding these requirements helps clarify the service levels that are mandated by law and those that are discretionary. This is important when discussing budget changes, as they determine how we can legally and safely operate, and there may be in some cases, in some areas, that are not highly aligned with council priorities, but we are legally required to deliver the service. Once you've reviewed the financial foundation, we will provide options and levers available to you. This is where it'll be extremely important to reflect on your priorities and principles. Through the department presentations, we will categorize these tools to help you understand what is within your control and the impact of those choices. For each lever presented, we will provide the lever, which is the choice you have available to you. For example, adjusting service levels, changing user fees, or reallocating capital funds. The enablement, which is how you choose to be, or how those choices can choose to be enabled. For example, a shared value subsidy might enable broader transit access, supporting the outcome of community connectivity. And the implementation. What would be required to implement these choices? These include the actions, legislative decisions, or trade-offs needed to implement the change itself. Over the next several days and through the end of March, you'll see a consistent slide included within the department and branch presentations outlining prior reductions. Across all civic departments, a total of $142 million of incremental spending has been removed since 2016. These reductions have been used to help mitigate tax levy increases and to reinvest in council's higher priorities. When we viewed the 10-year cumulative basis, this represents $818 million in funding that was either been permanently removed from the base budget of these departments or strategically reallocated. We operate with the continuous improvement mindset, regularly identifying efficiencies and aligning spending with council's highest priorities. As a result, budgets are increasingly lean and tightly managed, and continuing to identify reductions at a scale that becomes progressively more challenging without creating impacts to frontline service delivery. Slide through that one. Next slide after that. So delivering city services requires collaboration. While our internal structure is organized by departments, branches, and programs, we know that residents don't experience the city through an organizational chart. They experience the city through services that we provide. In each presentation, we will bridge that gap. You will see a clear link between the department's administrative function and the tangible services delivered to the public. We have four primary community-facing departments: urban planning and economy, who acts as our imagine function by planning and making decisions required to develop our city. Integrated infrastructure services, which is how we build by designing and delivering high-quality infrastructure that supports city growth and renewal. City operations, that maintains and operates by ensuring residents have access to the safe, well-maintained infrastructure and transit services they need to connect to their city. And community services, who are the animate function, as they provide work. Their work provides meaningful recreation, culture experiences, and access to vibrant public spaces. These are the services visible to Edmontonians. However, they don't work alone. It truly takes a team effort across the corporation to ensure that Edmontonians requests a service. It is delivered seamlessly, regardless of the department that owns the budget line. They work alongside enablers who connect, guide, and steward, including the Office of the City Manager, Legal Services, Employee Services, and Financial and Corporate Services. These teams provide the strategic, legal, financial, and operational backbone for the city. While our frontline workers are often the face of the public sees when we deliver services to Edmontonians, our enabling services are critical machinery behind the scenes. Our hope is that by working through these presentations in order of this functional operational model, you will see the city come to life through their budgets and performance measures. People are instrumental to the service delivery. In each presentation, we will provide a breakdown of the staff within each specific department or branch to give you a baseline of our current makeup across the civic departments, and it includes unionized staff at 89.2% that are represented by the civic unions. These are the frontline professionals, the transit operators, the tradespeople, the emergency responders, and the clerks. Exempt and out of scope at 6.5%. These are the professionals in administrative roles. Due to the nature of their work, confidential duties are not part of a bargaining unit. And then management at 4.3%. This represents the leadership team responsible for the strategy, oversight, and operational accountability. Our staffing models are governed by negotiated terms, which means that shifting how we work requires careful coordination with our labor partners to ensure that we remain a fair and effective employer while still meeting city needs. Beyond the financials, the presentations will look at how we measure our success and hold ourselves accountable to the public. We will measure how we measure results and identify risks associated with our work. Our service levels, the standards of service that residents rely on every single day, and how we compare to those standards. Identify benchmarks to show you where we stand relative to our goals and to our peers where possible, and demonstrate how we listen, learn, and apply what we hear through resident engagement and research. Accountability is also central to our work. We will also provide an update on the audit findings, specifically on our audit findings, specifically what we heard, what we have already addressed and resolved, what work is currently underway, and what is coming next in our commitment to transparency. Finally, we will highlight our culture and continuous improvement work. This will show you how we've improved performance and delivered tangible efficiencies across the organization. So now that I've spoken a bit to what we do and why we do it and who does it, I think I would like to shift to what was the forefront of decision making, which is how we pay for it. As mentioned, overall budgets we have come increasingly lean and more tightly managed. This means the budget allocations are thoughtful and intentional, with clear purpose to every dollar spent to maximize the value to the public. In each of the upcoming presentations, you will see several slides to illustrate the highest level where our money comes from, where it goes, and how our net operating requirements establish our tax, and how the public experiences this. With each department or branch, you will see a specific breakdown. However, this chart is a funding model summary for the corporation. Tax revenue is our primary focus of funding at 63.2%. User fees, fines, and permits are revenue generating through regulatory activities at 9.1%. And franchise fees, the local access fees paid by utility providers to use city land, at approximately 6.4%. The remainder are targeted funding from other orders of government, investments, dividends, reserves, and other revenue sources. Understanding these revenue streams is vital because it shows you our fiscal flexibility. Some departments have heavily tax supported, while others rely on user fees or external grants. By identifying these sources, Council can better understand where we have the room to shift or change funding strategies, and where our hands may be tied due to external requirements or specific funding revenue generating models. This is a slide that is familiar to Council and Edmontonians. It shows our expense by category. This chart shows the output side of our fiscal plan, highlighting the expenses necessary to keep the city running. This is our planned spending based on the approved budgets. While this is the total of our expenses, our presentations will focus on civic departments and corporate programs. Our presentation will focus on the $2.1 billion the corporation delivers through the work the departments and branches, And while we touch on the 0.9 billion that comprises corporate programs, we have not included the waste utility because it isn't a tax levy operation, and we have not included the Edmonton Police Services, agency boards and commissions, the city, the Office of the City Auditor, or the Mayor and Council offices, because they operate within different governance, a different governance structure. While these total numbers are important context setting for decision-making perspective, Edmontonians do not experience our budget as a series of line items and data points. They experience the use of their tax dollars through the programs and services that we deliver, and the associated and associate the delivery through functional structure of our departments. City operations and community services are our two largest departments. Nearly 3/4 of the expenditure budget supports the maintenance, operations, and animation of infrastructure and services that Edmontonians engage with directly. I believe this is encouraging. It shows that the majority of the budget goes towards the services the services that residents expect to see with their tax dollars when they picture a well-managed city. Transit services, road maintenance, snow clearing, waste services, recreation facilities, parks, etc. The remaining funds go towards strategic and enabling departments. This includes the Office of the City Manager, Financial Corporate Services, Urban Planning and Economy, and Integrated Infrastructure Services. Individually, these departments represent about 10% or less of the total expenditure. However, they each play a critical role in enabling the success of programs and services. This graph provides a high-level view, a cumulative change across the entire corporation, excluding utilities, CRLs, and enterprises. Specifically, it tracks two primary metrics: our total budget and our full-time FTE count, amount of full-time FTEs that we have in the city. Over the past 7 years, there's been seen a number of factors which have driven our cumulative change, particularly the accelerated increase of a city's population. With the increased calls, the programs and services Edmontonians look for from us, we've made a record capital investments to meet the demands. This growth in human capital and resource investment, along with increased debt servicing, supports the long-term value of assets for our growing city. Making upfront investments sets us up for long-term efficiencies and a sustainable financial future. We're making the critical decisions needed to build and invest in Edmonton today to help with us growing the city to 2 million people. As we move through the department presentations over the coming days, you will see the same data broken down at a more granular level. This will allow you to see each individual department or branch as it evolved in comparison to the city as a whole, and provide you with context of the overall people and purpose of this work, going beyond just the numbers on the page. It is a roadmap of our collective priorities, and it highlights exactly where we have chosen to invest our dollars and our people to deliver the services the community relies on. A key part of the financial strategy is how we leverage and support our government partners. While we rely heavily on municipal tax dollars and user fees, we also work to secure funding from the Government of Canada and the Government of Alberta. Where applicable, in the upcoming departmental presentations, you will see a slide that, like this, that shows the stacked funding model, and this helps clarify federal contributions which are often tied to broad national objectives like green transit, housing, or major infrastructure. Provincial contributions that typically focus on regional priorities such as social services, roadways, or specific community grants. And the City of Edmonton contributions, which are local, which are our local commitment that often acts as matching requirement to unlock these senior government dollars. It is important to note that most government support comes in the form of capital, and not all departments receive this type of funding. The majority of services, for example, all of the enabling services, fire rescue services, community standards, and day-to-day operations in parks and road services are purely municipal responsibilities. As outlined in the fiscal policy for revenue generation, the City of Edmonton provides various service and infrastructure for the community. Some of these services and infrastructure provide a broad benefits to the community at large. Others provide greater or more direct benefits to consumers of service. The city recognizes the service and infrastructure costs must be shared in some way amongst the tax base and the benefiting parties, and equitably distributes these costs according to the accrual and benefits throughout the community. Subsidies are an important part of how we distribute costs and account for individual community benefit. Throughout the city, we categorize these into three distinct categories. Shared value subsidies. These represent a partial cost recovery model where fees collected cover a portion of the costs of a service, and tax levy funds the remainder. Even though the city charges a fee, it only covers a portion of the actual delivery costs because of the service providers, or the service provides a broad public good, for example, public transit. Council's role in this is deciding how much this user should pay and how much should be funded through taxes. The second is targeted social subsidies. These are direct fees reductions designed to support specific groups such as seniors, low-income residents, and youth. Council role in this is deciding who gets a targeted subsidy by determining which demographics require financial support to access city services. And the third is organizational subsidies. This is funding that's provided to external partners to sustain the daily operations of specialized services that they deliver on our behalf. Council's role in this is setting strategic priorities. Your direction guides where the operational funding is allocated to ensure that the partners are meeting the city's broader goals. Not every department utilizes all three types of subsidies, but where they exist, we have highlighted them to ensure that council understands exactly how we're leveraging public funds to support the service and the service levels. So before we move into the department presentations, I just want to discuss how we can make sure that the council gets the most value out of the time that we're investing in these conversations, and that our department teams come away with the observations and questions in a consistent and actionable way. As you receive the information, we ask that you reflect on this in the context of your council priorities, economic development, growth management, quality services, and safety, as well as your principles of fiscal sustainability, affordability, and relationship-driven. As we work through the budget process, we will share with you the criteria we will use to evaluate programs, services, and capital budget decisions that inform the decisions administration includes in the proposed budget and will bring to you in the fall. You will see these criteria in mid-April alongside performance measures that will use to ensure the operational success and strategic alignment. After you receive the information within the presentations, you may be tempted to take action and provide direction, but keep in mind that the next important step in developing the budget is community engagement, which may give you a different perspective. I also want to flag that we have a number of meetings scheduled as the non-regular on May 6th, and several council reports that are coming your way over the next few months. For example, user fees in June, snow and ice control in August. To uphold the integrity of financial oversight, service packages should be funded exclusively through the full budget process. We want to ensure that your views on what is important to you, but funded service packages reflect budget decisions without the fulsome understanding of the whole picture of the budget. If you believe something is important enough to warrant funding, provide a motion for an unfunded service package. This will ensure we capture it and ensure that the budget and the information is there for deliberation. Where we see alignment with priorities and strategic direction, the benefit of Edmontonians administration will make recommendations on funded service packages within the understanding of your tax tolerance to be, or what your tax tolerance is to be. Another discussion we have coming in April. But when you tell us what we must fund, that we must fund an item, we can't reverse that direction in our proposed budget, which can result in adjustments and reallocations that may not meet your expectations and unintended consequences that come with that. We are committed to this being a transparent process. Feel free to ask us questions about material use in these presentations and reports. We will do our best to answer any of those questions, and if we can't answer the questions, we'll get them and report back to you in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a long presentation, but good context setting. Before we jump into the first budget presentation, this would be a chance if you just have any process clarifying questions. So as we've heard, and just as a quick reminder to what we've heard in the presentation, and on that last slide, so we'll go through each budget item. There will be a presentation. We'll ask questions. There will be a chance at the end, before we move on to the next one, to go into private if we want to ask some in private questions. And then we move on to the next one. We've heard from Mr. Robar that ideally they're not necessarily looking for motions today, right? There are going to be other points at which we can make motions. So just keep that in mind, although your questions might help inform motions that you want to create in the future. And I think and then of course you mentioned May 6th would be a chance that if there are questions, because I imagine there's going to be questions today that might not be able to be answered on the fly, or a question that requires a little bit more of an in-depth conversation or a more in-depth in-camera conversation. That's where we also have the May 6th special council meeting set aside there. So that's just sort of high level, I think. Is that a fair summary for you, Mr. Robar, of what our expectations are today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Any other process questions people want to ask about? Feel free to click on if you have process questions. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. So these presentations were probably prepared well in advance of this meeting, a couple months before, right?
Yep.
Before the priorities and principles were approved?
Yes. Yeah, so I think there's some general alignment. We've made some adjustments based on some of the priority conversations that we've had. But yeah, a lot of this work was happening in tandem with the priority conversations, so.
Yeah, and I understand that, because this is why you needed to know some of those priorities and alignments so you can prepare for these budget presentations. But nonetheless, I appreciate that you're trying to kind of create that alignment. Certainly that's something I'll be looking for, is where does it align, where doesn't it align, and what is departments, program areas going to recommend down the road between now and May 6th until the fall of what you'll be doing to stop, because there's no alignment. And I guess you don't have to answer me this now, Eddie, but I think what I would love to hear from you is, as a whole, system-wise, there's obviously lots of moving pieces, but what is needed systemically to change for that alignment to happen, and kind of the timeline for that. So, yeah, if you have an answer, great. If not,
Yeah, I think the expectation here is as we start moving through this process, we'll start to kind of unveil what that looks like. So the May 6th date is a really important date for us to kind of flag some of those transition things. I think this meeting for us is important for some context setting, understanding some of that information that you have on what you think is important to you as a counselor. I think is good information for us to hear as we walk through kind of how we're set up right now, and then looking to kind of weave that into our future approach here. So.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
Just a quick process question about the results-based budgeting. Is that going to show up later on more in terms of recommendations that come forth at the four-year budget? Or what analysis will you be providing on that in advance of that?
So results-based budgeting is going to, like, to do it properly is probably going to take us the entire 4 years. But I think, like, what you can expect to see is, so you've now set your priorities. We're here today with what you're, like, think about it as your current state.
Yeah.
We'll show you some of the places throughout the budget where, and through the business planning on performance measures, what we're actually achieving. And in some places, we'll be able to show you we're achieving too much or we're not achieving enough, and we need to make a resource allocation on that basis. But because there's different levels of maturity in the organization, we don't expect that we'll be able to do that everywhere for the 4 year, but everywhere by the end of the 4 year.
But from a process perspective, I can expect to see, for example, if economic development is one of the priorities that we have as council, Kim Petrin's team might come back with their economic development and say, we don't really think this is achieving the results to get us where we need in, like, the industrial action plan. We actually recommend this money is reallocated to this item in the industrial action plan. Is that what I can anticipate seeing?
Yeah, like that would be the intention
Okay.
behind the decision-making that you then see appear in
Yep.
the admin proposed budget.
Perfect. That was my only, oh, and then just one final question. Just wanted to confirm so the excluded are the waste makes sense, utility, the police and the police commission, the mayor and council's office, and the office of the city auditor. Did you say ABCs as well?
Yes, ABCs as well.
And is there a special council meeting where we're going to be having ABCs presenting, or is that going to wait until November?
You'll see all of that come through municipal funding arrangements, which I think is scheduled for September.
September, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to touch on what was shared in the presentation in terms of IIS and UPE being provided at a department level rather than the branch level. Just wondering the thinking around that and what sort of led to that decision making.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. Our thinking on this one was that community services and city operations have the bulk of the budget, and so we did go down to the branch level for those ones. There will be an opportunity to, if you've got questions that are a bit more branch specific for UPE and IAS, the branch managers will be available for all of those presentations. And if there's any questions we can't answer in the moment, we are more than happy to get back to you within like 24 hours.
Okay, yeah, I think, and it's interesting because I think there's like a tension between amount of budget versus maybe complexity or differentiation in services, which I think IIS and UP are sort of high on that complexity piece with lots of different segments, but appreciate that we'll have branch managers on hand to talk about that. Just in terms of process or full content at this point?
Yeah, or like anything that sort of Mr. Robart touched in his presentation, you're welcome to ask about, because this will help inform the next step of our budget presentation. So
okay,
go ahead.
Great.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, very small thing. Just with the expenditure budget, I think that what we're increasingly understanding is that Edmontonians sort of see the full number at the bottom of their property tax bill and believe that is revenue coming to the city. So I think we've talked in the past about sort of that expenditure pie chart. Are we able to show what that looks like if we include the education tax remittance portion to the province as well?
That question, thank you for that question. I think we might be able to touch on that in the property tax, or the end of March, beginning of April piece, because I will also have that question, and I think we should discuss about how we're disclosing that, but
Yeah, we can look at in advance of the SOBA, bringing you what the wheel would look like if we also included that as an expenditure.
Perfect. Great. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for signaling that in advance, because that is something we should absolutely talk about, but maybe not for today's meeting. So, but now that's on the radar.
Sorry, Mayor, Councillor Stevenson, I actually did want to clarify, we are going down to the branch level for UP and IAS. CS and city operations actually go down to the program level. So that was, yeah, our mistake, but just wanted to clarify.
Oh, no, that's okay, because I know that there's a branch breakdown in each of those, and was just wondering on the slide, but thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just so process question as we get into this. Probably going to have a lot of the same questions when we look at expenditures, and it's going to go personnel, materials, goods and supplies, and external services. So how granular do we want to get with these, right? What's the intent of this? I just want to make sure that's clear before we get going here.
I would prefer council to stay at the level of governance and program level. Like if we're getting down to like the granularity of how many people we have in each department and what they do, I think that's probably a little too deep.
So just, if I'm hearing you correctly, just kind of some clarifying questions on variations.
Yeah, I mean,
as
if
has gone
there's,
through the
if there's
years and
program outcomes that the city, that the council's looking for, or, you know, an opportunity to look at the service levels that we have, I mean, that's all within the context of the work that we do. How that's delivered at that program, at that granular frontline level, and how many people, those kinds of things, I think it's something that we work out as administration, but certainly the governance policy framework and the standards of service that you're looking for as a counselor is something that is totally within limits, I would say. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it is Councillor Salvador who's chair, right? So you can take the chair real quick. And sorry, and I appreciate why we wouldn't have Edmonton Police Service as part of this budget presentation. Just curious, you know, we had a meeting with the commission yesterday at lunch. Do we have a sense of how they might or might not be involved in the public engagement portion, since they do account for our largest budget item, and I think Edmontonians need to be involved in that?
I think they reached out this morning, but typically police does their own public engagement through the commission.
Yes.
And so we haven't traditionally included them in ours because they run their own separate engagement.
Can we talk to them about if they see there's value? I just think, because I think when we're going to talk about budget with Edmontonians, if they're, you know, if it's simply a line on a chart in whatever room we're in, without that context, it might be hard for people to appreciate just how much that accounts for in our budget. And if we're not willing, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of appetite to touch that, how much that means you would have to change other areas. If you want to say it's a tax decrease, and you weren't going to touch police, you might have to cut half of transit, you know, as an example. And just being able to put it in perspective for folks so they understand what kind of scale their budget is.
Yeah, and they're still getting, like, we'll have that slider tool.
Yeah.
They're still a component of that,
Perfect.
and we are actively working with police on.
Love hearing that. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll take the chair back.
Yep, turned.
Thank you. And there's no other process questions, so we'll move on to the initial budget presentation, which is item 3.1, Office of the City Manager. Do you get to keep talking?
Hear from me a little bit longer here.
Drink up, have another glass of water,
got
so
sore throat,
you're ready to be hydrated here.
Getting dry. Okay, so now we've set the context for these department and branch presentations. I'll kick them off with the Office of the City Manager presentation. You'll hear about the operations of the Office of the City Manager and how it sets the overarching standards and direction across the corporation in order to ensure strategic alignment across the corporation. I have the branch managers here with me today to help present and answer any questions you might have. So the Office of the City Manager oversees a range of external and internal support services that enable the corporation to make transformational impacts and deliver the services to that Edmontonians rely on. This includes strategy, governance, corporate communications, and employee services and legal services for the City of Edmonton. Within the Office of the City Manager, there are 7 branches, including the Office of the Chief of Staff and Intergovernmental Affairs, led by Salima Ibrahim. The office leads activities to advance the city's objectives, including strategy, intergovernmental affairs, and managing key political and external relationships. Employee Services led by Acting Chief People Officer Janice Jubenville. These three branches deliver programs and services that support every employee across the organization, including corporate HR programs and services led by Michelle Dorval. They deliver strategic human resources, business solutions, and specialized services to enable productive workforce. This includes efficient payroll, pensions, benefits, and employee records. They also lead the collective bargaining activities, policy and program development, champion diversity and inclusion, and foster talent through learning and mental wellness initiatives. There's HR Client Services led by Catherine Sparks, which provides recruitment services and supports the people leaders, including labor relations advice, organizational design, abilities management, workplace investigation and restoration. And then Workforce Safety and Health led by Dusty Slitter. They provide operational health and safety services and to protect life, health, and property. The OH&S program includes occupational disability and injury management, education, and risk management. Acting City Solicitor Michael Gunther leads the Legal Services branch. Beyond providing legal advice, the representation for all legal matters involving the city, they also advise on insurance and claims management and corporate security. The Office of the City Clerk is led by City Clerk Returning Officer and Access and Privacy Head Aileen Giesbrick. The Office of the City Clerk provides a broad range of services, including governance of council and committee meetings, civic agencies and tribunals, council and councilors' offices services, council protocol services, and external relations to the city manager's office, the delivery of municipal and school board elections, records management, and ensures access to information and privacy rights. And lastly, the Office of the Chief Communications Officer, led by the interim CCO Jennifer Badry. They are responsible for setting corporate communications, engagement, and research standards, managing the city's brand, reputation, crisis, and issues response programs, maintaining the city's web and social platforms, and gathering community insight, and ensuring that the city remains a transparent and trusted source of information. Based on the city's services, the city's service list, OCM provides people relationships and partnerships, civic agencies or civic services, and strategy and business services, and as well a positive employee experience for the corporation. A lot of our work enables the rest of the corporation to do their jobs and deliver services to residents. The OCM department is a primary steward of governance across the corporation. It's regulated by legal requirements set out by the Municipal Government Act, Alberta Employment Standards, Alberta Labor Relations Code, and the Alberta Human Rights Act. There are also a number of city policies and standards the department manages, such as the Code of Conduct, Respectful Workplace Policy, Public Engagement Policy, and the Art of Inclusion Framework. These policies guide and support employees across the corporation and create a positive, equitable work environment. Our department has 565 full-time employees and an operating budget of a little over $86 million. Some high-level highlights of our work include managing over 600 access to information requests in our commitment to public transparency, creating opportunities for Edmontonians to interact digitally with the city, including 26 million website visits and over 480,000 social media engagements. Ensuring that over $16 billion in assets, completing over 650 safety inspections and 2,700 safety investigations. And handling nearly 500,000 payroll transactions, ensuring our employees are compensated on time and accurately, while also giving the opportunity for professional growth through nearly 45,000 courses completed. The OCM's primary funding comes from tax levy, about 84%, and as we offer support like communications staff supported in legal services to other parts of the organization, we are also funded through intra-municipal recoveries of 13%. These are costs recovered from other departments for our enabling services. Many of these charges ensure that the full costs are captured as required for enterprise and utility business models or track costs related to capital projects. We also received some external funding, including $2.4 million for school board recovery related to elections. This is the budgeted recovery, but actual recoveries will be based on the set percentage of total expenditures of the election program itself. Any net under expenditures of the election program will be transferred to the election reserve. $0.5 million and $0.5 million for tribunal-related revenues as well. Our personnel represent approximately 80% of total expenditures within the department. Our primary cost drivers are managing and emerging priorities, implementing and advancing direction from City Council, the volume and complexity of HR and legal functions for the corporation, and steering corporate-wide communications across departments. The work in our department leads and supports the critical structure or functions of our corporation. Due to the nature of the department's core functions, more exempt and professional roles make up the 565 FTEs compared to the rest of the corporation. Our department includes positions like communications advisors, policy advisors, council office coordinators, legal clerks, negotiators, talent development consultants, recruitment assistants, and disability management technicians. Our exempt or out-of-scope personnel include most of the employee and legal services team, and in general, our solicitors and HR staff would fall within this category due to the nature of their work. Now I'll hand it over to Salima to provide information on the Office of the Chief of Staff and the Intergovernmental Affairs.
Great, thank you, Eddie. At a high-level overview, the Office of the Chief of Staff and Intergovernmental Affairs leads the effective administration and governance for the City of Edmonton as a corporation. The Office of the Chief of Staff provides strategic leadership on council-driven priorities and corporate initiatives and oversees the realization of council's priorities. We deliver critical advice and information about emerging issues and city services to City Council via the council report process. We hold and maintain active relationships with key external organizations and community representatives, including Indigenous, First Nations, and Métis governments. We lead strategic interventions on critical files and act as the primary engine for strategic initiatives and direction from City Council and the executive leadership team. And through our Intergovernmental Affairs Office, we oversee collaborative relationships with the provincial and federal governments and ensure Edmonton's needs and interests are heard. Our office is currently made up of 36 tax levy funded FTEs, and our operating budget is $9.8 million. 58.4% of this budget is dedicated to personnel, 34.7% to utilities and other charges, and 6.9% is focused on external services, intermunicipal charges, and materials. Our primary cost drivers are managing emerging priorities and advancing strategic initiatives on behalf of executive of the ELT and City Council. I will now pass it over to Catherine Sparks on behalf of our Acting Chief People Officer, Dennis Jubinville.
Thank you, Salima. While the Chief of Staff and Intergovernmental Affairs manages the administration and governance of the corporation, Employee Services supports the employees who put organizational and workforce outcomes into action. Our workforce is essential to the city's overall success, and we are dedicated to creating a positive employee experience and a safe, inclusive work environment for all employees. The 3 branches within Employee Services provide fundamental services, programs, tools, and resources that ensure leaders and employees are supported in delivering essential functions and core services. The HR Client Services branch supports city departments encompassing generalist services, employee relations, recruitment, job evaluation, position management, and specialized services. The Corporate HR Programs and Services branch delivers strategic human resource business solutions for payroll, pensions, benefits, and employee records, as well as leading policy and program development, building talent, and champion diversity and inclusion. The Workforce Safety and Employee Health branch provides comprehensive OH&S leadership to foster and expertise to foster a safe and healthy work environment. We work together with the Legal Services branch to help administration and City Council manage risk and make informed decisions. Next slide, please. Employee Services expense budget is primarily personnel at 85.3%. External services and materials, goods, and supplies make up a combined 13%. Our non-personnel costs include maintenance of the city's HR software systems, such as the current payroll, learning, and workforce analytics systems. Costs associated with the city's employee and family assistance provider, TELUS Health, the trauma response program, the employee engagement survey, recruiting advertisement, external temporary labor contracts, the occupational health and hygiene data system, and a contracted doctor in workforce safety and employee health. Our cost drivers include addressing changes in legislation and policies, responding to the increasing volume and complexity of HR needs and safety support, and working to achieve a reduction in lost time due to short-term and long-term disability and the unsustainable increase in our WCB premiums and operational cost impact. Next slide, please. The performance measures you see here will help us to better understand how we are managing our disability management caseloads, how we are performing in terms of recruitment, and OH&S performance monitoring, as well as our legislative accountabilities when administering payroll benefits and pension services. For our disability management cases per consultant, you'll see two results here. For our non-occupational cases per consultant, which is our short-term and long-term disability, we have a target that was developed in comparison to other jurisdictions and industry best practice. As you can see, although we are managing cases in alignment with our peer groups, our cases per consultant is almost twice our target, which is impacting service levels and the ability to provide proactive lost time. This is also true for the occupational and WCB side of disability management. Right now, we have approximately 8 service hours available per claim, making injury management more of a documentation and paperwork exercise, inhibiting our ability to mitigate risk post-injury and deliver a felt service to our business areas. For recruitment days to fill, this refers to how many days starting from recruitment requisition it takes until an employment offer is accepted. For all city positions to fill, we are just ever so slightly behind our target of 60 days. Recruitment improvement initiatives are underway, including integration of AI and the transition to the new recruitment module within Employee and Enterprise Commons. For OH&S performance monitoring, since it was introduced in 2022, the city has sustained an inversion of its quantitative performance in terms of health and safety committee meetings conducted versus those required, inspections conducted versus required, and incidents reported being managed to the requirements in our incident management standard. The city now has demonstrated strong performance, and the city's strategy to implement loss prevention serves to take this to the next level and focus on qualitative improvements to these safety activities with an emphasis on targeted harm and loss reduction. Our last measure is employee pay, benefits, and pension timelines and accuracy. Here, we measure the branch's ability to ensure employees are paid accurately and on schedule. Due to the high impact that it has on our employees, our target is always set at 100% on time with less than 1% error rate. Over the past 2 years that we've reported on this measure, we've consistently met our target. This measure is especially important when reinforcing trust and confidence in our payroll, pension, and benefits processes, minimizing legislated compliance risks, and reducing administrative overhead. For risks, we want to acknowledge that the transition to the new Enterprise Commons system will result in operational disruptions while we learn and experience the new system. We will continue to mitigate this by collaborating with the Enterprise Commons project team to define clear processes and timelines, as well as enhance training and surge resourcing to minimize service disruptions. Second, while our WCB premiums are set to increase to approximately $34.3 million in 2026, up from $30.9 million in 2025, the direct and indirect costs of occupational injury are far more extensive than the increased premium year over year. The same cost trend and unsustainability is true for our non-occupational abilities management results. Excessive overtime is unsustainable for operational areas and impacts to employee wellness. Our proactive loss prevention strategy that focuses on strategic risk management and more enhanced injury and illness case management is not optional. It's an imperative safety, loss, and fiscal strategy that will mitigate these risks. Thank you, and I'll now introduce Michael Gunter, Acting City Solicitor, to share information about the Legal Services Branch.
Well, good morning, City Council. Our branch at Legal Services works with departments across the city and council itself to provide advice on the law, on risk management, on claims, insurance, and security. In short, we run a full-service in-house law firm. We run an in-house insurance company, and we have an in-house security and loss prevention firm, all within our branch. You can see from this slide, our branch's main focus is to protect city interests and assets, both for administration and for city council. While we are structured as part of the Office of the City Manager, our client as lawyers and as legal counsel is to act in the best interests of the City of Edmonton. Our legal and ethical obligation is to provide the best advice and the best advice to the City of Edmonton. This is not an obligation to ELT or any specific department, but to the City of Edmonton and to Council as the Board of Governors for the City of Edmonton. What you see on this slide are the costs of running an in-house law firm, an insurance company, and our corporate security service. The majority of our costs go to personnel. These include the lawyers, paralegals, legal assistants, clerks, insurance adjusters, risk management consultants, and security consultants. Our office is made up of 119.8 tax-funded levy FTEs, and our operating budget is $15.5 million. As you can see, 87% of this approximately of our budget is personnel. 12.5% of this is everything else that we do. Our cost drivers as a branch are the ongoing changes to legislation, which make the law and our legal obligations more complex. Additionally, we're seeing increased complexity to the claims we receive, to the contracts that we draft and are asked to review, and changes and trends in the insurance market that are increasing costs. The city's risk liability is increasing as a result of our growth, as a result of the complexity of the work we do, and also the overall insurance and legal risk environment. Our branch is working to improve our claims handling processes and our preventative loss controls to address some of these issues and to try and help avoid the costs and the limitations that are set out by external insurance providers. Because of these factors, we're continuing to look for creative ways that we can meet the council's priorities, as well as to address service delays, backlogs, and ultimately do our jobs in the best possible and most effective way that we can. You'll see from this slide our enterprise performance measures. You'll see in the top left here, we have a business area satisfaction rate, and we do a biennial, that being every 2 years, legal satisfaction survey for the business areas that we serve. Our goal is an 80% target, and our last one, which was done in 2024, came in at 87.6% satisfied or very satisfied with our work. If you look, the next metric on the top right is the average number of security incidents per city facility. Now, this is a metric from our corporate security group and was a target that was intended to reduce from the last metric by 10%. Our current rate is beating this target and lower than the benchmark, so we've brought that down over the past 3 years. The bottom left here, the cost of purchased insurance as a percentage of insured value. What this metric tells us is that when we go out, purchase insurance, and market ourselves as the City of Edmonton as a good place and a safe place to insure assets and liability, we are beating the benchmark, and although you don't see the gap significantly on this slide, we are significantly beating the benchmark by way of aggressively marketing ourselves as a good place to do business and to insure. The bottom right metric is a metric we've been tracking for the last several years, and what this metric shows is that the internal cost of a lawyer's hourly rate is at about 18.65% of sending that work out externally. This isn't to say that the cost of providing legal services to the city is 18 cents on the dollar. This doesn't include overhead, but it is a powerful metric to show that we're getting good value by handling our claims and handling our lawsuits and legal advice in-house. Thank you, and I would like to turn it over now to Aileen Giesbrecht to speak for the Office of the City Clerk.
Thank you, Michael. As the city's legislative engine and owner of key municipal democratic functions, the Office of the City Clerk is focused on enabling well-governed city. To maintain the integrity of these democratic functions, our branch adjusts daily and weekly priorities within each section depending on the demand or the legislative requirements. So for example, we always make sure that everybody who registers to speak at a public hearing or sends in council correspondence is able to have their rights actioned. Public participation, protection of privacy, access to information, and quasi-judicial decision-making processes are just some of the legislative services provided by our team. The expenses on this slide for 2026 indicate that the majority of the cost for the branch, about 70%, is the cost of people. I also acknowledge the big section on this slide is also utilities, and that's because we do operate out of 4 different facilities. The remaining 10% is made up of external services, for example, all of the confidential shredding that the city does, as well as our minor use of fleet and materials. Some of the branch's key business drivers are access to information requests and privacy breaches, especially with the post-legislative procedural changes when the FOIP Act was replaced. Also ensuring capacity for council meetings, supporting our civic agencies as well as council services. Council protocol and external relationships as a steward for both council and the Office of the City Manager. This does include facilitating international delegations and managing various protocol programs and events. You'll see in a further slide there's an increased number of appeals as well as an increased complexity that Michael did talk about in the work of his team, as well as legislative changes and operational adjustments. And we've already talked about this, but election planning and recognizing the impact that population growth is having on some of our services. So just moving over here, there are 2 areas where there are fees actually paid for the Office of the City Clerk Services, tribunal appeals as well as access. As the city manager has already indicated, there is a cost-sharing agreement in place with 2 school boards for contributions to election costs. And again, as mentioned in the previous slide, the majority of our expenditures is for personnel. So the Office of the City Clerk shares election costs with the Public School Board and the Catholic School District for the election of their trustees. In 2025, the cost sharing with the Edmonton Public School Board was $3.15 million and $1.19 million for the Edmonton Catholic School District. That was just for 2025. So in 2025, the school boards covered about 40% of our election costs. They're only eligible to cover off costs that pertain to their elections. For example, political parties, we don't bill them for anything related to that work. Moving on to our tribunals team, it also sees a revenue for fees to file appeals, and in 2025, our tribunal saw a revenue of $416,000. The Composite Assessment Review Board appeals have a fine of $650 for each fine. These are property assessments for residential properties with 4 or more dwellings in our commercial properties. The Local Assessment Review Board, the LARBs, charge $50 per appeal. These are property assessments for residential units with 3 or few dwellings or farmland. Subdivision and Development Appeal Boards are $100 an appeal. And as you know, this appeal is established by council to hear appeals and decisions of the Development Authority as well as the Subdivision Authority. And lastly, the Community Standards and Licensing Appeal Board has no fee unless it's a Weed Control Act appeal, and that's a $500 appeal fee, but that is set by the province. We also hear appeals, review appeals for bylaw regarding community standards, animal licensing, business licensing, vehicle for hire, and I've already mentioned the weeds. Lastly, the access to information requests also do receive a very small revenue, and in 2025, access requests brought in about $8,000. Approximately 50% of our requests are actually for personal information, and we don't charge a fee for that. So just moving on to the last slide, in 2025, 99% of our access to information requests were completed within the legislative compliant window. While the typical legislative timeline is 30 business days, some extensions can be granted for particularly large and complex requests. In last year, we were able to delete 2.54 million electronic records in accordance with our retention and disposition schedule. This is a really important stat that we're quite proud of. We have seen a nearly 40% increase in the deletion of records within the schedule, and this is a really, really positive outcome for the team. We do think that this success factor has been contributed because of the mandatory records and information training that was rolled out in 2024. An example of what I'm talking about is database records that include things like an entry for a paid invoice or a registration record that are no longer required based on the retention schedule. In 2025, we saw an 82% increase in subdivision and development appeals from 24. This is a very significant increase that does continue into 2026. As of the end of February this year, SDAB appeals have increased 74% from the same time last year. In 2025, the Assessment Review Board, so the CARBs and LARBs I just talked about on the last slide, also saw an increase of 24%. Just want to, before I move off of this, is just highlight two things that we watch as risks. Edmonton elections always does need to be ready for a potential by-election, whether that's here at City Council or with the school boards. We are always ready for petition activity or a census if that came back. That would require immediate additional resources for the Edmonton elections team. We're also very aware of the sunsetting of the FOIP legislation and the introduction of ATIA and PAPA, as well as the impact that AI tools are having on our policy and procedure landscape. And with that, I would like to hand you over to Lisa Glover, who's here on behalf of the Interim Chief Communications Officer, Jennifer Badry.
Thanks, Aileen. Good morning. The Office of the Chief Communications Officer provides communications support to the Office of the City Manager's branches and serves the entire corporation for the distinct areas that I'll mention on the next slide. Next slide, please. Our office has a mandate to uphold the standards of how the city listens, communicates, and connects with the community and across the corporation, and works to manage the city's reputation, digital assets, including web presence on 4 distinct sites and the corporate social media platforms, brand and marketing, crisis communications, media relations dissemination and training, creative and graphic design, video and storytelling, and our corporate research program and public engagement policy and framework. The branch has 74.2 tax levy funded FTEs and an operating budget of $9.2 million. The vast majority of this goes towards personnel, with about 15% to external services and 6% to materials, goods, supplies, and other charges. Our main cost drivers are focused on vendor costs and contracts, the Place Brand Framework implementation, program and department support, and changes to the volume and complexity of our work, including AI and misinformation, connecting with diverse audiences, and increase for data points from the public perspective in research projects. Next slide, please. These are some of the measures that show the performance of the city's main communication channels and ways for residents to share feedback. Being able to successfully reach Edmontonians is critical to how we help them stay informed. Our online presence also helps the city to build civic pride, shape the way Edmonton is viewed, and contributes to our overall placemaking efforts. Enterprise performance measures for our office include web traffic, which saw 26.5 million views in 2005, and we're projecting a 3% web traffic increase for the next year. Social media engagement, this is the total number of annual engagements, likes, shares, and comments across our 3 corporate platforms. We have seen a short-term decrease as we've navigated the changing social media landscape, particularly on the X platform, and address content moderation. Average social media engagement rates generally fall in the industry between 1% and 3.5%. This is a percentage of total engagements versus number of followers. Our current engagement rate scores are 3.87 on Facebook, 1.83 on X, and 4.05 on Instagram, all of which are above or at industry average, when we are targeting for the next year a 10% increase. And our final measures ensure we are continuing to keep an equity and accessibility lens to the work we deliver to the community. As you can see, we're exceeding website content accessibility guidelines, and equity-seeking audiences in our Edmonton Insight community continue to have a high level of service satisfaction. Thank you.
We will now move over to continuous improvement. Next slide, please. So this slide shows some of the benchmarking comparisons in relation to other municipalities. The first example is our WCB ranking. Currently, injury frequency and WCB claims remain elevated in comparison to other cities. In this case, being on the far right is not favorable. We are looking to reverse this trend by making improvements through preventative and proactive safety initiatives. Ultimately, our process and structural improvements are intended to address risks before they result in harm to city staff. In terms of comparisons for access to information requests, subdivision and development appeals, and assessment review board appeals, these all relate to the Office of the City Clerk. These comparisons include direct comparisons to other municipalities such as Calgary, Regina, and Saskatoon. In general, the volumes for the city are generally on the higher end comparatively. Finally, we have shown a depiction of our communication service delivery model since our reorganization in 2023. The service delivery model sits squarely in the middle between decentralized and centralized. Corporate communications, web, and creative are centralized, along with some centralized public engagement and research oversight. The delivery and operations of public engagement and communications is in the operational departments. Some of our future slides will help illustrate the impact of these resourcing changes to the Office of the City Manager Department. Next slide, thank you. Research and engagement are two ways for the city to gather information from Edmontonians and gain insights that support our decision-making. Both use a wide range of qualitative and quantitative methods to get this information. For example, online surveys are widely used by the city. In 2025, we received approximately 150,000 online survey responses from Edmontonians. Edmonton Insight Community is the city's online survey panel and one of the most robust municipal panels in the country. And the Engaged Edmonton site is our digital public engagement platform. It supported 49 projects in 2025 that contributed to administration and council's decision-making. Our department has been impacted by a number of audits over the last several years. Highlights of these findings and recommendations from the Office of the City Auditor include a review of how council and committee reports helped inform decision-making, updating city clerk roles and responsibilities as they relate to civic agencies' governance, and a review of the city's overall fraud risk management program maturity level. The Office of the City Manager is committed to innovation and continuous improvement on our service delivery. A few examples include our move from reactive compliance to proactive loss prevention through CAP 2.0, modernizing OH&S and WCB injury management, implementing a comprehensive compensation framework, providing new course offerings on workplace conflict, labor relations, and disability management, and driving administrative efficiency through AI education and a new file management system. These strategic initiatives ensure we continue to deliver on City Council priorities, including Bill 50 and the new Public Spaces bylaw. Continuing with our innovation roadmap, the communications team is modernizing our public engagement framework and expanding our digital reach through the Y Edmonton platform. The Office of the City Clerk is addressing emerging complexities by implementing the new data governance for AI and updating our privacy procedures to remain compliant with the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And my office, the Chief of Staff, is driving internal excellence by enhancing the clarity and data verification process for council reports. Together, these advancements ensure our work remains transparent and strategically aligned while preparing for the future.
So this graph illustrates the cumulative changes in expenditures for the Office of the City Manager compared to the rest of the corporation. The total expenditure budget was significantly influenced by changes related to both the formation and then the reorganization of the Communications and Engagement and Employee Services departments. The two departments were created in 2019, and the legal services legal services was transferred to the Office of the City Manager. Then in 2023, they were dissolved and dispersed throughout the organization. The effect is that the Office of the City Manager department shows a relatively flat to declining expenditure curve since 2019. This graph shows a similar story, but instead of expenditures, it focuses on the changes in FTEs and for the Office of the City Manager. Again, the most significant change represents the reorganization of the Communications Engagement and Employee Services departments. As outlined previously, OCM has focused on continuous improvement to ensure that we are nimble in implementing Council's priorities. The department will continue on the quality and efficiency of those services as we move forward. Over the past 10 years, the Office of the City Manager department saw a cumulative reduction of $65.4 million. This was achieved through improved technology efficiencies like leveraging the learning management system, online employee onboarding, and tribunals using paperless agendas. Reduced spending on consultants, like reductions in advertising and identifying opportunities to in-source services. Reduction of services, such as pausing the municipal census and reductions to City Hall security in 2021. And personnel reductions through OP12 and the reorganization we discussed earlier. As a department, we are being nimble and should be cautious of further reductions in order to effectively advance council priorities. To demonstrate our commitment to continuous improvement, we are outlining two options or levers for council. consideration. The first is operational in nature. It involves reviewing our complement of resources for our insurance and claims team within the legal services branch. Resources are needed to process recoveries and claims for damages to city property, buildings, and equipment. Without sufficient resourcing, we are required to subcontract claims work. This is more costly than using in-house resources, so there is a trade-off at play here. More internal resources may lead to faster claim processing and recoveries, but there is typically a greater upfront cost for this. The second lever is more strategic in nature. It represents the work that we've been doing for council over the past several weeks around the 2025-2029 council priorities. Ultimately, this lever is about council setting strategic direction for our organization through the priorities, confirmation of performance measures, and approval of our budget. These decisions provide guidance for administration to operationalize the path that council outlines for the organization. Our path forward will require us to navigate a complex landscape of competing perspectives and shifting provincial and federal legislation. With minimal resource growth and the department made structural changes to communications and engagement employee services. This achieved centralized strategic alignment while maintaining localized expertise necessary to deliver services. We also have taken lengths to integrate our corporate strategy directly into the budgeting process itself. This ensures that administration remains agile, transparent, and fully prepared to operationalize council's priorities through a balanced and disciplined approach. Thank you, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much. So please feel free to click on the board for questions. And as we go through questions, if the question is one that you would prefer to answer in private, just identify that, and then the member of council can keep a note of that. And then once we've done the public questions, we can jump into any private. So I'll start by following the board here. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
I just have one question, and that is with the levers that you've shown there. Now that council has set their strategic plan and those priorities, do you see areas now where you can recommend, as we go forward, some savings?
Yeah, I think what we're looking to do is hear from council on the budget presentations. There are places that we were looking to identify specific locations within the budget that we can transfer to different things that are more of a council priority. Obviously, we have the budget engagements that are happening through the month of April as well. We're eager to hear what Edmontonians say from that as well, and then aligning all of those to kind of deliver a final budget to council. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. There'll be opportunities throughout that process to reallocate.
Okay, so and as we gather that feedback, this will all be a work in progress as we laid out.
Yeah, I think the touch points that we're talking about, I think May is an important one for us. I think we'll signal probably a lot of what we heard through the engagements, also what we've heard through council here to kind of represent some of those changes that we're looking for there.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parmar.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll start with the Office of the City Clerk. For the AITA, why don't we charge for the personal information? Is that legislated or is that just policy?
I believe it's legislative. You have a right to have access to your own information.
And is it in the FOIP legislation, it used to say that if it was like every page you got a certain dollar, like there were fees for FOIP. Has that translated to AITA?
Yeah, so there are still fees. So I think what you're talking about is back when we used to photocopy pages. And so we're going much more to providing the records electronically. So typically it's a $25 charge just to activate the request. Sometimes depending on the complexity, I've seen a FOIP request come in that was looking for 10 years of data. Obviously, we need to work across the departments, and we do our own assessment on how long it will take to produce the records. And then based on that, we work with the applicant to either refine the scope or then to discuss the actual cost that it would require. But it is not a cost recovery model. It's put $25 in according to the legislation.
Yeah, I thought there was just extra fees that you could charge on the legislation depending on how long it took you to actually do the request.
Yeah, that's the fee. So
Okay.
yes, so the standard fee is $25, and then we issue like how much the fee would cost. Let's say go back to the one they're looking for 10 years worth of records. Based on the fee estimate, the applicant in a lot of times will go back and refine the scope to get that money down, to get the costs down. 'Cause sometimes it can be quite expensive, and so some people don't want to pay that amount of money. But we do charge it.
Okay, and I would guess, do you have the percentage of like how much it actually costs staff time versus actual cost recovery? Like, do you have a
This
sense?
is not a cost recovery model at all.
Yeah, but how much are we cost recovering from?
$8,000 out of,
Like, how much does it actually cost to do that? Because these are the things that we could actually push back from a provincial legislation perspective.
So I'm just looking at the budget here. So the team's about, say, 1.3 million, the corporate records and information team, and we charge $8,000. So that's not much.
Okay, thank you very much. Still on to you, just election costs for Edmonton. Have we thought or have you talked about a model, you know, with any other, right now you're collaborating with the trustees and the school boards, have we ever looked at election costs from an Edmonton metro region perspective, like a Spruce Grove, Stony Plain, all of those? Like, everybody does their own, and I'm just wondering if it's cost effective to do more than one region or municipality.
Are you asking if Edmonton Elections would want to run the elections of the regional municipalities?
Have we looked at that before, or has either or, you know, just from a cost perspective?
So we do actually run, so I think what you're suggesting is what we actually already do. We do run elections for other jurisdictions, and I get authorization both from them as well as from council that I can be the returning officer. So I'm the returning officer for 3 elections, city council as well as the 2 school board trustees. Also in 2021, I was the returning officer for the Senate nominations as well as the referendum. I would say from my own personal perspective, there is economies of scale for sure, but there are also capacity issues logistically. I'm pretty comfortable with the mandate that Edmonton Elections has, but always happy to have conversations. I know the teams talk all the time, but those would be jurisdictional authority discussions to have with those jurisdictions as well.
Perfect. And one last question for you is the SDAB fees. So cost recovery, not cost recovery for all of the appeals?
No, that's not the intention, no.
No, and so I guess my question is also, like, when we look at the fees to permitting, do those actually balance out as those fees go up? Can I ask you questions? So when we actually are doing the permitting and our fees have gone up, it seems like our revenues have gone up from that side. Is that in line with what we're seeing at the appeal side? Does that make sense?
I don't think it's related. So our fees in terms of application fees are based on the cost to deliver the service as a planning model between all aspects of our land development applications. It's different than the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board.
Okay. And so, once again, I don't have enough time.
There is no part of our business that is at all cost recovery.
Okay.
But I hear you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. Lots of information. I'm going to try to avoid diving into the weeds because I feel like we could be here all day. So, once again, we approve these priorities and principles, but we actually never talked about how we're going to use them. And I think I mentioned this last time, if we don't use them, then they remain words on paper. So I'm going to just bear with me as I kind of think this through. It'll probably be similar for other presentations too. Your 5 branches, they obviously do very like overhead kind of work to make sure the city is around and able to function and then deliver all those operational pieces. But there are some specifics I'm thinking of, like finances and corporate services and legal. They might be most strongly tied to, say, the principle of fiscal sustainability, right? so it's like, if I were to think through the priorities that we have and the principles that we have, would you say, and there's like five, like all these different branches and everyone does different things, which strategic priority would your area most directly advance? You have over 500 employees in all your teams. Are they all trying to directly advance, let's say, economic development?
So I would say that's the point of building the 4-year budget. Like, we have your four priorities. April 15th is going to be about establishing an evaluation framework to evaluate all of these approaches or all of our services against your priorities. So setting that foundation of assessing each of our service lines against an evaluation framework is the point of getting through the 15th, that we can look at all of our service outcome areas and understand the impact they have on your priorities. So then we'd reestablish that approach and say, this fits, this doesn't fit, and this is what success looks like in the end.
I think I'm asking these questions because I want to get that thinking started now. Like, in my mind, I'm visualizing like a rubric, right, for each of these branches. Is it +1 point, 2 point for these things? I'm guessing you're thinking that too now?
I'm not using the term rubric, but the evaluation framework is the rubric.
Okay. And for example, your slide with how do we compare it to other jurisdictions, and you said, we are performing, I think I read it as worse than average for the WCB, and we're planning to kind of bring that back down to like a normal level. Where is that plan to do that, and would that be one of the levers you look for?
Absolutely. When we look at the budget and the formation of the budget, WCB conversation has to be a part of that conversation. It is a huge line item in our budget. It impacts us exponentially and has been every year after year. We need to invest in changing that number.
Right. Sorry, and I don't mean that specifically. I just mean in general. I imagine every presentation will have a slide like that, and then that would be directly tied to the lever slide. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I can't remember if that was reflected in this presentation right now. And then I'm assume for future, those levers will then be directly tied to, I feel like it makes sense to focus on principles in your area just because it touches on all priorities, right? Is that kind of how you're envisioning this process for that next round?
Yeah, so as we develop our path through this, we'll have a rubric that we evaluate against. We'll evaluate all of our service lines that we have, even in my department, all through the organization, and evaluate like that level of that experience to the rubric itself. And then we'll be able to kind of sustain which fits your priorities going forward, which ones do we think we can shift from one priority to the next, and then we'll walk through what that looks like from April 15th to the May 9th, did I say?
May
9th?
6th.
6th?
Yeah.
May 6th, and then we'll kind of continually evolve that program as we start getting ourselves closer to the budget.
Yeah, because I'm trying to wrap my head around all these budget presentations, as I'm sure you are as well, and how do you operationalize what we just approved strategically, because I feel like we can really dive into all the specific pieces and maybe find a few $1,000s of savings, but I don't think that's the intent here.
No, I think we would prefer council to stay at a higher level, not at the frontline level.
Thanks for letting
program
me.
services.
Yeah, thanks for letting me think this through.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think somewhat similar to Councillor Tang's questions. One narrative piece that I think could really help moving forward. So the question I had for an office like this, a department like this, is how does this department focus on enabling public-facing services? So how are you aligning with that? So I think very similar to what Councillor Tang was saying, just having some statements, some thought around how, especially more internally focused ones, are helping that external piece. When just as a structural understanding for me, what role does the CMO office play in this citywide corporate strategy? Because I know, I see that there's, department business planning, performance management. I'm unclear if that's just for the department, or does the corporate strategy sit with the CMO, and how does that interact with sort of the service, innovation, and performance branch in corporate and financial services?
I can start.
You start and I'll add. How's that?
Okay, sounds good, Stacy. So for clarity, Councillor Stevenson, we have one individual in our office right now that essentially is doing this alongside all of us, but that individual is essentially an enabler. So corporate strategy this year is new in the city manager's office, and the intent was really to ensure that we are tying strategy to budget. So that's what we're doing at a very high level in our office. And then we essentially tag it to Stacy's team, and I'll get her to walk through that.
Yeah, and then I have a small strategy team within service innovation and performance, and that team works alongside the city manager to make sure that direction comes from the city manager's office in the establishment of strategy, but then that team helps us roll out and implement strategy throughout the corporation through things like helping the teams determine their performance measures, their corporate business plans, their branch business plans.
Okay, so again, I think I'm seeing in the CMO department itself, there are 4 or 5 people who sort of have department strategy, performance manager, and again, that is focused on the CMO department, and then there's the one individual that's.
No, it's a corporate function.
Oh, okay,
So,
it is a corporate
yeah,
function.
Yeah,
Okay.
any of the positions, so for example, in my office, we're really taking that corporate perspective.
Gotcha.
So essentially, council priorities goes to ELT, and then we work with the rest of the corporation to flow that through.
So this is new, like we've established this program since I've been in the office, more or less. My goal is to coordinate the strategy of council, and I want that to go through the organization. So we're kind of developing that at that high level, and then we're pushing that through the organization itself.
Okay, great. Yeah, appreciate that. Another one with WCB, so appreciate the recognition of that being a key risk factor, something that we need to address. And so again, when I'm looking at the position breakdown in employee experience, talent and organizational development, sort of seeing a focus on the learning and development, but not as much on employee experience, mental health, equity, diversity. So again, is that, when you come forward, is that what you'll be highlighting in terms of we've added more resources here to help the upstream? Is that the intent?
Yeah, our intent is to build a full-service loss prevention program around our WCB framework. So you'll see, I fully intend on bringing to council a solution to that problem. So through the budget, you'll see a transition of folks that will happen in that conversation to fund an approach to deal with our WCB issues.
Great. Great. I'll just ask this question once so I can understand it for all the other departments as well. Utilities and other charges. So I'm assuming this is how we capture overhead corporately?
So utilities and other charges would be, like, to the extent that they fall within a branch department, that is where the charge is coming. So we manage a lot of times utilities. I should probably get Harm to answer this question. We manage them central and then charge through to the areas that use facilities. So there'll be a blend of things that happen. But I guess I'm a little bit unclear on what you mean by overhead.
I guess, if we're sort of I assume that the city pays one electricity bill. And then do we take that one electricity bill and then divide it between the branches? And my question, and I'll come back to it, is just, is it fair to assign budget items to groups that don't necessarily have control over that? Like they can't drive savings anyway.
Thank you. That's your time. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. I'll kind of pick up on some of those clarifying questions and try to ask this kind of once too, so we don't go too in the weeds. So Eddie, so for external services, is it fair to say these are like constructed services purchased from outside vendors? So this is not salary, wages, or benefits paid, right? So we're talking consultants, IT, marketing, communications, specialized contractors. Is that fair for this department?
short answer is yes.
Okay, okay.
Sorry, I did not realize the question was directed at me, but in general, if you're asking about the line item for external services, and you'll see external services across all of departments, that is, you are engaging in the services of something external to the corporation. Could be consulting, could be any number of things.
Okay, that's how I understood it too, just want to be clear. And then materials, goods, and supplies, this is essentially stuff like we've bought, right? Tangible, consumed items that are distinct from staff and external contracts, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Okay, next question I had on it, just when I'm looking at kind of the financial documents on the external services, it kind of, the numbers are sort of up and down and kind of jump to where we're at in a 2026 number. Is the expectation we want to try to keep, like, what's a new benchmark on that? Or is that something we're going to talk about later? What do you want to get an expectation percentage or dollar amount?
I think anytime we're looking at external services, we're always going to be comparing, is it better to do that in-house or outside the workplace? So I think, you know, a good example is what Mr. Gunther had shown you earlier around the risk management profile, the insurance management risk that we have. We have a big escalation in claims, and those escalation in claims are going externally. That's costing us more money. We might have to kind of divert more funding initially into getting more FTEs that we can do this internally because it's much cheaper for us to do it there. So we'll leverage those improvement areas on external services and balance the equation between, you know, which is more value to the taxpayer, external or internal, and on all of those programs that we have.
Okay, so it's kind of a tough one to predict, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, some of them are and some of them aren't. I mean, I think if you look at the insurance claim thing, it's a very simple conversation. It's cheaper for us to do it internally than it's for us to do it externally. There's no doubt about that. So when we come with the budget, you know, odds are we'll be putting some money into the insurance claims portfolio in order to kind of deal with that challenge and saving us money the external side, but maybe upfronting some cash on the FT portfolio.
And last question I had that's pretty general too. You talked about the legal requirements in this presentation. So it might be good, I don't know if we get it today, but kind of what we know are things that, like, we can't really touch. We can't really adjust. We have to have them as, you know, as part of the MGA or something. So I don't know if that gets down to an expense or a line item kind of thing, but.
Yeah, we could be clear with that for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. I think the list just needs to refresh, but I believe Councillor Morgan is next. So,
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Councillor Morgan.
Okay, thanks a lot. Just got a few questions here. The average, I guess, or the percentage of like unionized versus management versus exempt. I see the COE numbers, and I see OCM, and I kind of looked through it, all the presentations on that. What's the goal, I guess, is the question for you.
I don't know if we have a specific goal. I think the OCM is going to have probably higher leverage of external or non-unionized staff just by the nature of the work that we do. What you'll see in the other presentations is that substantially changes as you go through, like, the operations departments or even UPE or things like that. But in our department, there's a lot of exempt staff just because of the nature of the work.
Okay, I seem to recall, like, before my time, that there was like some direction from council to kind of reduce that management versus unionized versus exempt.
Yeah, there's always been a debate about, like, how much management staff we have in the organization. We try to balance that with, obviously we want to put our work into the frontline services the best we can. So we try to drive most of our costs, and you see that in a lot of these presentations. You'll see that most of those costs are going direct frontline service delivery and not into a management staffing line. But there is a level of supervision and management that's required as part of the organization to manage the work.
Is that a number? Is that a number you can give, or?
Well, I think you'll see the numbers in the presentations of where we're at.
Yeah.
I mean, we can benchmark ourselves against other places appropriately in FTE versus in scope, out of scope. I don't know if we don't have that as part of it.
It's not part of the presentation, but we do have benchmarks compared to the government of Alberta and other municipalities, and we do have a higher in-scope percentage, higher unionized percentages than both of those organizations.
Cool. I'd love to see those numbers.
Yeah, we can follow up with you on that, or everyone on that. Yeah.
Cool. The employee services, I was looking at the disability management, kind of I think Councillor Tang talked a little bit about it, but I guess the numbers are quite high per consultant there. Is that a problem with the funding of the staff we need, or is it because we have more staff at the City of Edmonton since before, or is there external conditions that need to be addressed?
The specific performance measures are speaking to to all of the lean corporate services, and that we have not changed and invested in those services in the past couple of years. So the number of caseloads have gone up both on the occupational side and on the non-occupational side, and the team size has stayed the same. So we are facing really high caseloads, and the results that we have right now on both the occupational, WCB, and non-oc side are representative of that.
So it's either external conditions or we just have more staff.
We have less staff.
Less staff at doing the work, the WCB work.
Correct. More workload, more workforce size, and the workforce size is what is partially driving the claims.
Partially, okay. The other one would be just external conditions, I guess.
External conditions, case complexity, change in environment, how people, absenteeism rates, lots of external factors.
Okay, thanks. And then I was kind of curious about, I was just trying to do the math. I guess I'll go to this office of the city clerk there, just kind of doing the math with the FTEs versus the personnel costs. I was curious how many staff are actually working.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, I'm curious, like I was trying to do the math on the
I have 85 staff.
85
Yep.
FTEs, right? And so the amount of personnel costs is quite high. Is that because of like temporary staff too, or like what's your total amount of staff, I guess?
85.
Okay.
I don't have any temporary staff. I only have.
Like during elections or anything, that's not included
I'm
in
sorry?
this? During elections, that's not included?
During elections, we go considerably up. So in addition to the 85, I had 12 additional, we call them perm terms. So I can't remember what that means, but they come over for us for 12 months, and then at the end of the election, then their position ends.
So that cost is included in this personnel cost, would that be?
Yeah, that was in my 2025 budget.
Okay.
But as of December 31st last year, all those perm term positions ended, except for, I believe, one. But
Okay.
yeah, the 85 is my core FTE count.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that cost in that pie includes those people?
The pie is the pie for 2026.
Okay.
The pie for 2025 looked a bit different because it's an election year.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. The list keeps resetting.
Just give me 2
Yeah.
seconds. I've got Councillor Jans and
then
Councillor Jans, then Councillor Salvador, then Councillor Rutherford on first round.
That's what I thought.
We'll
Okay.
reset.
Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Maybe a high-level question to the city manager to start. I notice sometimes the corporation is incredibly nimble and flexible. I think, for example, around the Port McMurray fires, people were granted the ability to, get permission from their supervisor to go and support critical like health and safety functions in the city. Then other times it seems like it's very hard to get people to move. I'm thinking of like other temporary episodes, like our recent snow catastrophe in December. How many of these positions have operational flexibility if they are working in the office of the city manager, for instance, of looking at these 565 FTE? How many of them have flexibility that you're able to redeploy them to urgent priorities as needed episodically?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the staff that I have under the OCM?
Yeah, under the
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously staff that are more administrative in nature, we have some opportunity to defer work. When we look at the snow and ice, which is a good example, for our ability to provide surge capacity internally for operations like that require very specific training, very specific work, and that is more difficult for us to redeploy to emergent situations. In that case, we would use contractors the best we can. Our own internal capacity as far as administration goes, when you talk about wildfire response, we have administrative staff that are trained and ready to go in emergent situations that can leave their work. And typically that work is work that can be deferred a few days here and there. So unlike frontline services and waste collection or transit services, those kinds of things that require very specific training. So when we have programs to allow us to do that, to surge for very emergent things, but it's more difficult for us to do that on more frontline operational contextual things.
Yeah. Could I also, what's the difference between the OCM teams. So we've got executive comms, integrated comms, marketing comms, digital services, and then we've got city operation comms over in operations, and then I think other areas also have their own comms. Is it possible to get a memo highlighting all of the different comms people who work in the city of Edmonton and
Yeah,
what they do?
We could absolutely do that.
We also, and then how much goes into FTE and how much goes into additional consulting spending on communications?
Sure.
I also wonder again in another area, for instance, like we pay a government relations contract, and then we also, I believe, have 9 FTE working in government relations as well too. I think it's interesting to see these breakdowns of what the city staff are doing, but then sometimes it seems there's additional consultants being hired to do work as well. So how is that reflected in these presentations?
I can answer the one around Intergov and GR specifically. Councillor Jansen, happy to provide an additional memo on this one as well. There are 7 individuals in our intergovernmental branch. A lot of what we do from an Intergov perspective is more around policy, coordination, and process. And the GR firm was really hired to help us more on the political front. So it is pretty clear in terms of role clarity, and happy to provide some additional information on that one.
How would I see that reflected in these presentations though? I guess like that's what I'm trying to understand, because if I just take the expenditure of the department and divide by FTE, that would give the wrong answer. Or that would give a very exorbitant answer in terms of a perception of salaries. But with expenditures, I'm trying to get a sense of how many people are actually doing the work, whether they're contracted or in-house or otherwise. That's all for me. That could be a follow-up. But I'm going to ask the same question of every department. How many city staff are doing the work? And then how many other consultants are doing the work as well?
Yeah, we can follow up on that.
Thank you very much. Next is Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. And thanks so much for the presentation. I appreciated the inclusion of just identified risks in each area. And just wanted clarity, is it fair to say that the risks that were included are in there because they're already having a service impact? Or are these, I guess, identified as on the horizon, be aware, here's a flag?
I would say the latter. You know, I think we've identified things that I think council should pay attention to. So, I mean, WCB is obviously one that's impacting us right now, and we see that. But the other ones are flags for, you know, performance activity. Some of them are great. You know, some need some work for us to kind of identify a path to adjust. But I think the latter of your explanation would be more of what we're leaning towards there.
Okay. Okay, that's good to understand. And I guess recognizing that there are internal strategies to address a number of those or to be addressed through budget. From a governance perspective, are there any policy conversations or governance conversations that need to happen to help mitigate some of those risks that you would want to flag for us at this point?
I mean, I think there's going to be, as we start to define the evaluation framework, I think that will dictate a lot of that policy conversation piece. So where your priorities lie, how we're going to evaluate our organization in terms of what the services we deliver, and then noting from there what the impact of that might be. Some of that might be, you know, policy conversations on different policies that we have that may or may not be a priority of council tomorrow, that are today.
Right. Okay, that's helpful to understand that it sounds like we'll be able to have some of those conversations, and I guess just greater clarity once we get to the evaluation.
We will have to have some of those conversations.
Totally. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just a few questions. I just wanted to understand a bit about the methodology of the benchmarking, just to make sure that it's continuous across all of the department presentations today. So can I get a bit more understanding of the methodology. Specifically, as one example, what is the timeline for this? Are we just going back a year? Are we going back 10 years? Yeah.
Can I just clarify if you're talking about benchmarking or the performance measure slides?
Where you talked about benchmarking in your presentation. But sure, the performance measures, let's go there.
No, sorry. I had the wrong slide open. So,
Okay.
on the benchmarking, so right now, I think we would acknowledge that our benchmarking is an area that needs maturity.
Okay.
So right now, we've allowed everyone to show you what their current benchmarks are. As we move through results-based budgeting, we'd look to put some parameters around that so that the methodology is consistent,
Okay.
but with enough flexibility that people feel like they can benchmark the relevant thing. And then the timeline does depend on the department. Like if I think about something like investment management, we would benchmark at different points in time than you might ever benchmark like a transit service.
Can we have that data included in future presentations? Because the reason I bring this up is because benchmarking comparisons, if we're saying, for example, I'm going to say that WCB ranking, we're high compared to other municipalities and other cities. I don't get a sense of that. Is that in the last year? Is that over 10 years? Is it, what are we actually talking about? Because sometimes I think there's context in those numbers that is lost of like, we have a pandemic that affected those numbers or not, right? So I want to know kind of so even if it's different per department, I think I need to know what the date range is of that benchmarking.
Yeah, we can look at that, and many times it'll be a point in time. Like it will be
And then
at
I think it
this
should
point in
explicitly
time,
say-
that's your benchmark.
Yeah, so right now, but that benchmark would have used the data from, I'm guessing, 2025.
So you'd like us, so it would be, I think you want two different things, like the benchmark, which is often a point in time, like where are we at right now compared to where we should be, or whatever our benchmark is, or whatever our comparison is. But you'd also probably like some, I think what I'm hearing is trending on benchmarking too. Or if the benchmark is something other than a point in time, knowing and understanding what that point in time is.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, that would be great. Thank you so much. And then my other question is on, at a high theme, is on like the legislative gray, because I know we have a lot of legislation provincially that influences and directs what we have to do as a municipality. But within that, there's often a lot of nimbleness. So while it's not what we're talking about at this presentation, I'll give the example. We have a legislative requirement to pick up snow. But the level of service that we do within that is at our discretion. So I want to understand, I don't want to see legislative requirements as a roadblock to any discussion on the service levels, is what I'm trying to get at. So do we see any opportunity in the city manager's office around the legal requirements to change our service standards one way or the other? And obviously I understand the ones where with the employee services that are, well over caseload, hear that clearly, but just wanted to get some sense of that.
Yeah, I don't think that the legislative requirements are ever a barrier for us to look at adjustments that we make. I think we'd always consult our legal colleagues on what does that mean for us. I mean, if there is a barrier there or not, but there is a lot of flexibility in legislation, and we will always use that flexibility where needed, for sure. So I don't think that would be a barrier to us at all for that work.
No, and I'll generally agree, and I think that the Office of the City Manager, there are certain things within this group that are legislatively prescribed, but the example you give, Councillor, about snow and ice, yes, we have the obligation to do that, but at the same time, we also have the ability to set policies, reasonable policies, and I will always advise and advise whether it's ELT or this group, there are some things that are black and white.
Yes.
There are other things that it's a spectrum of gray. And those are the areas, and I'll do my best to identify those to both my colleagues at this table and at this table as well.
And that's those areas of gray is what I'd like to be identified through this process this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everyone else has clicked on for a first round that wanted to so far, so I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Salvador.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Number of questions. So just on the follow-up on the benchmarking piece, I know we had signed up for the World Council data piece. When we're doing that benchmarking and trying to provide that data, is there a way to tie back to some of those, I think in particular that program that we're a part of?
You're testing my memory here, but like we are part of several different organizations that we have access to benchmarking. And as we work through this, we're trying to make sure that we can tie back to that.
Okay.
At the same time, we want to make sure that the benchmark is actually relevant and consistent with what we're trying to
Correct.
benchmark.
A benchmark on some service might be relevant across Canada. Another one, it might be only relevant in Alberta. Yeah, it's the World Council, what is the official name? Yeah, the World Council on City Data. We are a member, and so I just want us to make sure that we're able to share that information and show where we can and where we can't have an apples-to-apples comparison. To Councillor Janz's question around consulting services versus in-house, again, even I'm going to pick on the example of the intergov piece. You know, have we reached a point? I'm not looking for an answer today. This is just sort of a piece of feedback. Have we reached a point where we've determined it has been valuable enough to have some political GR experience, and we want to keep that on an ongoing basis, and now, in fact, we should just go and hire some political GR folks for our team versus continuing to contract out? What is the same thing we would apply for snow removal? We brought in 100 contractors at the beginning of that last snowfall. Should that be 75 and we need 25 more in-house? You're going to be doing some of that analysis as part of this exercise?
That's correct.
Fantastic. Okay, great. I want to ask, again, a general one about the continuous improvement piece. So do we have, are we monitoring or tracking programs, areas that have more of a culture of continuous improvement than others? I'll expand and say, I believe there are still some areas that maybe are a little slower to jump on the continuous improvement bandwagon because they've been doing something some way for a long time, and others are like, I want to figure this out differently. How are you tracking that?
Yeah, I think we're always looking at different parts of the organization that are doing things really well. So we sit as a leadership group, we talk about the things that are going on. I mean, the UPE is a good example of that with the AI generation tool that they're using for permitting. You know, the question there is, how do you leverage something like that across the organization in different places? You know, how we look at our services that we provide. Is there a better way for us to do that service? Is something that we're always looking at. So I think there's opportunity there for us to leverage our own experiences with each other to push that across the organization. And we're, as a leadership group, are continuously challenging each other to do those things.
Yeah, so,
and we'll do that in the budget as well.
And so how is that measured or standardized? So, you know, we have multiple branch managers who I imagine have to, you know, who's responsible in each area to make sure that continuous improvement is A, actually taking place, and then B, you are tracking what has worked and what hasn't?
I would say that accountability comes through the DCMs into the budget process. So we challenge our budget process each year. We sit with a panel of a group of DCMs and management staff to challenge everybody's budget as they go through. Okay. So there's a challenge function that we do in there to try and ensure that we're holding each other accountable to the same standards across the organization.
As part of this exercise, you know, we've talked about engagement. I see one of our partners from our civic unions in the back, and I imagine this body of work as we have in the past, you're going to do engagement, trying to find some of those ways. You know, I continue to hear, you know, in the back of my mind, I keep hearing Eric Lewis tell me, why are we not in our tax notices giving everyone 2 free drop-offs at eco stations instead of doing a big bin events, which seem like they, you know, his argument was that they cost more money to run that than if we gave everyone 2 free drop-offs as an eco station. Are we doing that type of analysis, gathering that feedback as part of the budget creation?
I think we're always looking at different ways to improve the services that we have and trying to not like surge our activity. Like when we look at keeping things as level as we can throughout the entire year, I mean, that's ideal. Surging activity is always expensive, and it gets more expensive over time. It doesn't get cheaper. So yeah, I think there's always opportunity for us to improve the service that we provide, and listening to our employees is part of that.
Okay. I'll have more specific questions. I wanted to ask sort of my general questions first, and because that will help. That way I don't have to ask them for the rest of them. I'll come back around for some specifics. Thank you.
Would you like to move a second round?
I'd love to move a second round.
Second.
Please vote on the second round.
I'm just checking if we've got, I think we've got 2 people absent. Councillor Briquette? Councillor Elliott? We have all the votes.
Display the vote. That's carried. And were you next on the list?
No,
I'll return the chair.
Thank you. I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Partmar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the communications. And so my question is around, there's been a lot of talk about in 2023, there was a decentralization of the communications. Is there any feedback from if that's working, how that's going, you know, just compared to what it was before?
Yeah, I think what we see in communications models is there's many different ways to cut the pie. So on preference levels, you'll see a range of folks who prefer more centralized, more decentralized models. Despite the change in 2023, we've maintained a really strong centralized component to ensure a high quality of standards and best practice across the organization. So while we've had some adjustments throughout it, it currently is allowing us to have that oversight and the provision of some of those shared services. So to your question, to Councillor Jan's question before, some of the things you see in the Chief Comms office, you won't see in departments. So you'll see all of the web team, all of the graphic designers. That gives us some nimbleness and flexibility to allocate across department projects as needed. And then departments have the autonomy to meet their operational business needs and communications through the practical application in their day-to-day.
Okay, thank you. And so in terms of the decentralization, has that increased the number of staff or decreased the number of staff?
So with the decentralized staff in the operational areas, I'd have to defer to some of them of what their growth trends have looked like. In our Chief Comms office, we've stayed fairly flat over the past few years.
That decentralization was generally done to, like, agnostic to, like, the intention was to either retain the staff at no more than they were, or as efficiencies were found to reduce.
So the answer would be less staff then?
At the time, and then of course over time things fluctuate. Like as a demand arises, you might staff to respond to whatever that demand might be.
Okay, thank you. Because I saw that when we look at like the social media benchmarking, we're just slower than good. And so do you want to maybe, I know you talked a little bit about it, but what are the strategies that you're taking?
Yeah, definitely. For social media particularly, we did see the downtick in 2025, and that was largely due to our reduced presence on X. As we all know, and through the social media report that came to council a few months ago, there's been a running narrative on there, there's been a change in discourse, etc. So when we look at just the raw engagement number, not all engagements are considered equal. We could have 1 million more engagements, which would bring that number up. But if they're all negative discourse, then it's really not reflective beyond a large number. So when we look at that engagement rate percentage, which shows where we are performing at or above industry standard, that shows more of the quality of the interactions that are happening. So as our team works through updating its approach to content moderation and updating its strategy and continuing to push out more human-centric storytelling, I think we're going to naturally see that curve come back upwards.
And do we see a more positive or negative trend on our engagement?
It's really platform specific. So we are seeing, improvements on Facebook and Instagram. I would say we are still continuing to see similar on X, but because we have more content moderation, more rigor there, we are seeing a decrease in the overall engagement numbers because we are getting rid of addressing some of those more negative discourse.
Thank you. For the employment services, in terms of internal versus external recruitment, is there certain positions that you go external for and certain that you go internal, or is most of it done from an internal perspective?
Most of our recruitment is done internal and external, so we post in public as much as we can. We do try to, like through the screening process, consideration is given on internal applicants, but it is not it's not guaranteed or anything, and so we do try to post most as broadly as we can.
And then it's 60 days. We're at 64 days in the presentation. Is that from when we launched the application, I guess, or sorry, we launched the job posting?
The timing starts when we receive the request to initiate recruitment from the business area. So it might take us a week or two to get the posting actually out, but we actually start when they engage our services. And then the timeline ends when we have an accepted offer letter. So when the successful candidate has accepted the offer, because sometimes that takes a little bit of back and forth too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, well, I think that's I want to dig into a little bit of the performance measures, but I think that's a great example. And I assume that that's a big improvement over recent years, the 60 days?
Yes, it would be. So we've been positively trending and really watching in that regard over the last couple of years. COVID did have some impact on that just because of some staffing level changes that we did in COVID, but we've been recovering well ever since then.
Yeah, and I'm wondering for that opportunity to see a bit of, we had a few longitudinal graphs showing performance, but I think seeing performance measures over time is also a really helpful piece. Even if we start with a baseline, but watching over time. Yeah, there were just a few others I want to comment on. The disability management cases per consultant, I think that was really helpful to see that gap. And I'm assuming that we don't need to provide direction for resources to go there, right? When you're identifying gaps, that's a priority.
Yeah, there's no need.
Okay, perfect. Do we have any of the higher level numbers around sort of the percentage of workforce on disability management or off work?
Yeah, we do. So we had just recently completed an audit on our abilities management program. So we have numbers both from a WCB perspective and a non-occupational perspective. So as a percentage of the workforce, I don't necessarily have those on my fingertips. I can tell you the percentage of.
And not that I want those numbers, but just as a performance measure, I think can be really helpful for us to track and sort of have a temperature check.
We do watch those. It's one of the most simple benchmarks to kind of normalize it. So we do see STD costs rising, sick time rising, but putting it in the context of FTE counts or total payroll costs are how we normalize those to see if we're trending more negatively or positively.
Okay, interesting. Just with legal measures, again, really appreciate some of the performance measures that were shared. Do we also track overall claims costs?
We do. We have many more and more robust metrics than these, but that's something, we don't necessarily have the control over what the total cost that comes in is. We do also track what we pay out, but in terms of how many we receive on an annual basis, that's not something within our wheelhouse that we can necessarily influence, and we tried to put things in that we could influence.
Well, that's a good segue, but I want to do one more measure just in terms of the satisfaction of equity-deserving participants in the Insight survey. My assumption would be that we would want that to be equivalent to general population, wouldn't we? Like, I'm just wondering where the 80% target came from.
For sure, and we do track the metrics on all sorts of different demographics. In the Chief Comms office as a whole, we are trying to look at our equity-seeking audiences and make sure we're making connections with them where they can. So we just wanted to put an extra spotlight on that.
Okay, and again, setting that benchmark, we would want it to be equivalent to again, general population? Okay, great. And we're also looking at Insight survey composition, representation? Yeah, correct, great. Yeah. So going back to costs that we can and can't control, just wanted to go back to that question of the utilities and other charges. And again, just trying to understand what it means when we see that in a branch breakdown. It may be proportionally higher for some, proportionally smaller for others. Is that telling us anything about the performance of the branch or cost-saving opportunities? Or again, is it just sort of an overhead that's distributed?
Yeah, so let me start by saying, so that line item will appear, it's a line item that's consistent across everyone's. We have contracts that are centralized, and those charges then go out to different areas. So a good example of this would be in real estate, where for all leased properties, that would be a line item that they have with respect to leased properties. When departments have accountability for the costs that they incur in areas, it also makes sure that folks are focusing on, are they utilizing that space, so that you don't necessarily control the utility cost, but you might control whether you need that space or not, and you can reduce your footprint to avoid the fee.
I think a good example too is transit. I mean, transit has its own transit garages. You have a utility cost that goes into that. If you have an electric bus fleet, that's like fuel for them. So the cost of that operation is borne as part of that operational cost is the electricity that goes into that building. So if you try to take that away, it looks like the cost of the service is lower than it actually is.
Yeah, and that's fair. And I guess I'm just thinking about, let's say teams at Edmonton Tower, how much control do they exert over their utility costs, right?
That's your time. I think there's no one else except me. Last, Councillor Salvador can take the chair.
Have the chair.
I was on.
Sorry, did I hear
I was
a
on
voice?
board. Yeah, Councillor Jens.
Do you have questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please go ahead. I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Sure, just looking at slide, where is it, 31, I guess. I'm wondering why the decision was made to show budget trends not in raw dollars, but in a convoluted kind of cumulative change expenditures. I can't read this graph. Like, is this showing me that the amount is going up or down? I don't know why raw dollars weren't used here.
So I'll maybe start, like we can show you raw dollars, but sometimes it's harder to get trending. What the intention was with the cumulative is to show you how the city's growing, like the general expenses, general expenditures of the city, and then how the branches or whatever department, branch, program you're looking at is trending against that citywide growth. So the intention of the slide was a comparison to show you how the area grows relative or has grown relative to the city's growth.
I guess with respect, though, it seems an irrelevant measure because if our inflationary expenditures in IIS have gone up, or if our police budget has gone up, or our fire department budget has gone up, I mean, that doesn't mean that we necessarily need to hire 4 more people in central comms or in the office of the city manager. Like, we know that the city budget is growing, and there's other areas that are costing more, like say snow removal. That doesn't mean that we necessarily need more people in employee services or more people in XYZ.
Yeah, it's a fair point, and I would say like that's why we also have the drivers on those circular graphs, because it doesn't necessarily mean, just because we have more roads doesn't necessarily mean that employee services grows at the same rate, but there has to be some realization and recognition that when we move from a corporation that has a larger number of FTEs to deliver more service on more roads, that some of these services have to grow in alignment with that. It's not always even growth. There might be tipping points. And that's why we also, on those graphs, tried to show you in the verbiage on the graph what's causing those changes.
I guess so, but then I wonder, would a more important metric be if you showed us the number of new FTE added over the last 5 years per year or something like that? Like, I think I'm trying to go back and compare against old slides, but I think employee services, for instance, I think we used to have one branch manager, and I think we have, I count 3 now. There's like different areas like that where these are great presentations. It's very helpful. There's a ton of information here. I feel like as a decision maker, I'm still kind of, is it giving us the right information to be interrogating whether or not increased expenditures or decreased expenditures are necessary to help us achieve our council goals?
I think what we're giving you is some of the information that we look at that helps us make those decisions. And we absolutely look at how do branches grow relative to the growth of the city. If we see something growing that looks disproportionate to the growth of the rest of the city, we want to understand, like, why is that the case? Are we making the investment that aligns with the priorities, or has some sort of unconstrained growth been allowed to happen? So we're showing you what we use to help guide our decision making.
So would I see that in say 311, like because the city budget has grown 5%, that 311 FTE have also grown 5%?
So what we're showing you is the actual trending that's happened. So we'll show you that if the city's grown 30%, this department's only grown X percent. And that might be okay, but where there's a large gap, that also might not be okay. If you saw us growing the city significantly and you saw an organization like transit not growing at the same pace, it would start to explain potential issues in service that we have to be live to.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Those are the questions. We're at our 12 break. I'm probably can just, most of the questions I know won't have answers right away, so we might just pass them along separately and give you access to the documents so that that way we can just start at 1:30 with the next group. So we'll take our recess until 1:30. Oh, sorry, we still have an in private opportunity. So actually we're going to come back anyways because there'll be an in private opportunity for questions of our panel on this one. So thank you for the reminder, Councillor Rutherford. So no, we'll take our recess to 1:30 and then when we come back, I might still then just ask my questions, then we'll go into private. So thank you. First, we'll start with the roll call. Councilor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councilor Morgan, I think, will be joining us in a little bit. Councilor Jans.
Good morning.
I think I heard his voice partially. I'm going to assume that was him.
Hello.
Councilor Rutherford.
Yep. Me.
Hello.
Hello. Councilor Clark.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councilor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councilor Parmar.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councilor Paquette, I know, is away on city business and dropping in and out. Councilor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councilor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councilor Elliott. Again, also on city business at AB Muniz right now. And Councilor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Fantastic. Okay, I think I had just one.
There's just a protocol.
Yes. Maybe, hang on. Oh, right here. There we go. Oh, very good. Sorry, I was like, I didn't know where I was looking for. Fantastic. Sorry, I was so confused. It's like I see such a small crowd of a school here. This is good. So Redeemer School, grades 4 through 6. Mr. Arthurs is here. Are you? Hello. Hello. Sorry. It's so hard to see you all because we get the beautiful sunshine and you become shadows up there. So really excited to have you. So this is from all different wards. I know we have representation and so it's great to see you all. And so you're here for a City Hall tour right now? Sorry? Ward Métis. There, Councillor Ashley Salvador is the councillor for Ward Métis. And so you've got some events, some visits today. You're doing. Have you been here for long, or did you just get here? Just got here. So you got some fun thing. You want to come tell us what you're going to be doing today? You want to come down to the microphone and give us a little rundown of what the plan is? We've got a microphone on this side if you want to come down right over here. You don't have to, but if you want to, I'd love to hear from you. Absolutely. Excellent news. So what's your, tell us your first name.
My name is Solomon.
Solomon. And who else do we have with you here?
This is my brother, Eric.
Eric, excellent. And who have we got behind?
I'm Mum. I'm Simone.
Mum, thank you. Well, so what are you going to be doing since you've just arrived? What's the plan for the day now?
I think we're going to have like a tour around kind of just to like see how everything works. I'm not sure everything we're going to be doing exactly, but
We were hoping to see Mayor Knack's office.
Oh, you're hoping to see the office.
Promised we would get to see your office.
Well, I'm sure we can figure that out. There's people in the office, so we'll sort that out. I'll send a message to the team to make sure they know to be ready for there, and we'd love to show you the office. Although I'll be in here, we'd love to have you go check that out. So, well, welcome. Thanks so much for joining us today. You can feel free to grab a seat, and appreciate you joining us.
thank you.
Well, that's delightful. And so now we'll continue on with our business here. We're finishing up the public questions, and then we will move on to the in-private questions of the session. So, Councillor Salvador, I think I had just a few here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah. So I think, where was I here? So, and again, I think this is sort of questions to identify. I'm not necessarily looking for answers now, and this will probably be part of our, for example, I was curious about what KPIs we would use for intergovernmental relations, because I do know that some other cities, as an example, will use successful funding outcomes and set specific funding targets. So it's something that I think we can expect as part of the KPI conversation. Is that generally fair to say? Like, whether that's for intergov or other groups like that, you'll have some of that information? That's a heads nodding yes for those online. Sorry, just in case. Thank you very much. And I think, I sort of asked this question, and Councillor Rutherford, I think, had originally started when we were talking about the benchmarking conversations. you know, I was, for example, interested in understanding how the city manager's office here compares to those in other similar-sized municipalities. Obviously, again, this is an could be an apples to oranges comparison. I don't know what every city manager's office holds. You know, there was a point where the city manager's office here in Edmonton used to have fire rescue, and that's different than before. So, but nevertheless, are you looking at those as part of this work to try to get a sense of where there are some differences?
There's a lot of differences between city manager offices across the country, and getting an apples to apples comparison is difficult.
Okay.
So I know, just between us and Calgary, there's significant differences, let alone across the country. So what I do know is trying to get an apples to apples on what that might look like is going to be a hard.
I think to know that even though that you have looked at it and there isn't a direct comparator is also helpful feedback, right?
We
know
look
that.
at them all the time.
Yeah, I think that's important for us to have that feedback and understanding. The final thing I think I would ask, and again, probably not for now, and this would apply probably more broadly to all of the presentations we're going to have. When you showcase the previous reductions as well as some of the continuous improvements and innovations, right now that slide has a cumulative amount. It shows the total 10-year incremental total. Forgive me for keep using this example. I think back to even the 2019 to 2022 budget, you know, there were 36 pages dedicated to that document, give or take 36 pages, that broke it down, that said, here are the things that we did to find savings, and I believe they had that associated dollar amount. So you've given us a cumulative amount. I love that. That's great. I think it's sometimes nice to be able to show, hey, we did this. It saved us $7,500, but we did it, and this is and it's nice to be able to showcase all of the actions that you've done, even though the cumulative number matters more. To be able to showcase to Edmontonians that you're not just looking for the $10 million savings in the biggest branch. You're actually going down as far into this program. They did this change, introduced a technological solution that saved $700, and that's beneficial. And we're capturing that. Because we're capturing it, I'm just wondering how we're telling the story.
Yeah, we have that information. You can share it.
Yeah. And again, I don't know if I need that per se as part of the next round of presentations to me, but if we're going out to the public, how can we show them all of that data to say, like, here's all the things you've actually been working on over a decade, because it's been impressive. So, okay, I think actually the last question, because it did come up a few times on the communications piece. You know, I know we made the change, and I've heard the back and forth of, like, you know, there's an argument to be made for a centralized model, there's an argument to be made for a decentralized model. Are you, as part of this budget process, evaluating the effectiveness? Because I think I look at the performance measures, and I'm not sure these are the right performance measures I would be using anymore because of the reasons we've talked about, whether it's how we engage. I might be interested in saying, if our engagement or in our communications is doing X, and we're seeing a decrease in calls to snow removal to 311 because we're communicating more, that's, to me, more relevant. But I'm curious of how we evaluate the effectiveness of the organization and how the communications within the city manager's branch can or can't have the individual departments act on things that are becoming bigger issues, or they've identified that as an overall need. So.
Yeah, definitely. When we look at the Chief Comm's office performance measures, we've laid out things within direct control of our office that we as a collective can move forward. A number of other initiatives that have departmental impacts. We meet with the department communications teams on a regular basis to talk about these overarching things that we can move together.
Okay.
And then part of our overall work, and coming later this year with the council reputation report, we're going to be speaking to some of those performance measures that would be most relevant to what you're talking
I'm out of time, so I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. There's no other public questions, so if somebody wants to move a motion to go into private subject to section 29, I'm guessing, of access.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Salvador. Please vote to go into private on this.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 11-0. We'll take a few moments and
Thank you. Just confirming the cameras are now on.
All right. I think we are at 2:35, so we're back. Folks are coming back in the room. We have finished with item 3.1, which is the Office of the City Manager. And now we're going to move on to the Financial and Corporate Services presentation. And we'll turn over the floor. And so I imagine this presentation is also thorough as like the other ones, so this will probably take a bit of time. So what I'll do is just before 3 o'clock I will be turning, wow, 45 slides. Wow, you're really thorough. It's good. It's like I did read.
It's FCS and corporate.
This is true. It's
corporate
good.
programs. So it's two.
So we're here, two presentations in one slide presentation. What we'll do is we'll turn the floor back over at just before 3. I'll turn over the floor to the chair to Councillor Salvador. And so just as a heads up to my online colleagues, once I have to step away at about 2:50 for city business, we'll need at least one person to be able to keep on their camera at all times, but preferably two, just to give us a little buffer if somebody from the chamber needs to step away. So we're good until about 2:50 though, so for the next 14 minutes. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. So today's presentation is going to give you an overview of financial and corporate services as a department, providing a foundational understanding to support the 2027 to 2030 budgets. With me today are all the FCS branch managers. Next slide, please. In terms of where financial and corporate services sits within the city's structure, FCS enables the success of other city departments by providing the services that support their business operations. Our services are used by every department and branch in the city, and we're an integrated part of the service delivery to Edmontonians. This shows our organizational structure at a very high level with an overview of all the services that the department provides. There are 7 branches currently in this department. We have assessment and taxation led by Kate Watt, our city assessor. This branch values and defends the city's property assessment base, valued at over $233 billion, and collects over 60% of the city's revenue through property taxes. They're guided by the principles of fairness and equity. Corporate procurement and supply services, led by Sarab Sarabi, manages the process and procedures for the over $2 billion that the city spends every year on a variety of goods, services, construction, and intellectual property rights. This branch also manages the city's warehouses that store all the city's inventory, as well as the city's internal mail service. Financial services, led by Deputy City Treasurer Harm Rai, ensures that the organization is financially sound, accountable, and transparent in the management of public funds. Accounts receivable and payables, the collection of money also falls under this branch. Nazreen Hussein, who's currently the acting branch manager for Open City and Technology. This branch works across the organization to ensure technology investment is prioritized, managed, and governed to maximize value for Edmontonians. Cybersecurity is also managed within this branch. Real estate, led by Chris Hodgson, manages the city's property leases, as well as sales and land development in areas such as exhibition lands and greenfield development. Service, Innovation, and Performance, led by Acting Branch Manager Russell Loga, leads the city's corporate business planning, including risk and performance measurement, service design and delivery improvements, the development of tools, including things like Text Depot and Unison, and manages the city's open data, as well as GIS, and 311 is also part of this branch. Within the Deputy City Manager's Office, Kim Matheson leads the Transformational Enterprise Commons Project, which will integrate business applications and processes across the City of Edmonton, Edmonton Police Service, and Edmonton Public Library. Also within the DCMO's office is the city's investment management team. They manage over $4 billion in a variety of different funds. Investments help fund our capital program, and over the last 10 years, more than $600 million in earnings have been contributed back to the city's capital budget. The Department Communications and Engagement team leads the public information and relationship management and work for the department. And finally, we have a small but mighty corporate budget office, which manages the city's operating and capital budgets, economic outlooks, and capital funding agreements. These next two slides outline the services delivered by FCS based on the city's service list. These services are listed as the headers, and the various sub-services are listed below. This essentially summarizes the work of the department, and FCS provides financial services, technology and data programs, as well as strategy initiatives for the corporation. Next slide, please. The department also manages assets, including real estate, information technology, as well as fleet parts and city warehouses. For civic services, we have 311 along with the service center and digital user experience. The real estate branch also leads some transformational projects in the city, including the redevelopment of river crossing and exhibition lands, but I will just point out that Blatchford is led through IS. The services the department provides, through the services the department provides, FCS helps the corporation adhere to relevant legislation. This includes things like the Municipal Government Act, the Land Titles Act, the Real Property Governance Act. We also manage PCI compliance as well as public sector accounting standards. There's a number of city policies and standards that we manage, such as the Sustainable Procurement Policy, Multi-Year Budgeting Policy, and Enterprise Performance Management. FCS works to manage and mitigate risk on a day-to-day basis by providing expertise, support, and monitoring, carrying out our services with accountability and transparency. Next slide. Our department has about 1,200 FTEs, and some of the key highlights include we've received a number of awards for the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting, 31 consecutive years in a row. This is presented by the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. The city's credit rating has improved from AA to AA+ on the expectation that the city will maintain strong budgetary performance as several LRT constructions wind down and our capital investment stabilizes. The credit rating also points to strong management and capital support from senior levels of government that help us reduce the requirement for new debt. We've had over $260 million in land sales over the last 5 years. Land Enterprise is a self-sustaining operation within the department, with net income from operations directed to Land Enterprise retained earnings and a dividend returned back to the city. We've also, every year, handled just under 1 million inquiries to 311 and have over 1,600 open city Wi-Fi spots. And as an example of the integration within the organization, our department owns the tools for subscription notifications that other departments provide for information for, such as parking bans, and over 45,000 Edmontonians have signed up to receive these notifications. Next slide. The 2026 budgeted expenditures within financial and corporate services is $237.6 million, with a net operating budget requirement of $187.9 million. As an enabling service, our department provides several services to other areas across the corporation, which are then partially funded through intra-municipal recoveries. Example of these would include on-demand services for real estate, financial services, procurement, and technology teams. As a department, approximately 64% of our costs are for personnel and 36% are for non-personnel. But when you look through each of our branch slides, what you'll notice is that the majority of our branches have actually close to 90% of their expenditures in personnel. And the mix of expenditures in real estate and open city and technology bring that overall percentage of personnel a little bit lower. For real estate, non-personnel costs cover rent and utility charges, and open city and technology costs include things like software licensing and external support providers. Next slide. Our department expense budgets are mostly made up of personnel, but also include budget line items for materials and equipment, consulting and professional services, external space rent, leased buildings, and utilities. Due to the diverse nature of the branches, there's a myriad of cost drivers that impact our cost structure. You'll see them on each of the slides, including service level commitments, volume, complexity of the contracts, financial transactions, tax programs. As the city grows, this impacts our workload. For example, when there are more parcels to assess, more contracts to procure, and more staff support from a technology perspective, more of that is required as we grow and provide more services. As you'll see further in the presentation, our expenditures haven't grown at the same pace as the overall trend we see in the city. Thus, it adds workload to our current staff. The work of our department is very diverse. There are more than 350 unique roles across the department, some of which are shown on the slide, and just give you an idea of the types and diversity of roles. We have everything from accountants, assessors, couriers, customer service representatives in 311, cybersecurity specialists, economists, and planners, just to name a few. We do this work with about 1,200 FTEs, focusing on people, process, and technology in delivering our work. We've generally been able to do this with limited growth in resources over the last few years. And you'll see on this slide the breakdown of our staff in management, out of scope, and unionized, and that it's generally comparable to the city's overall breakdown. In the investment operating outlook, we highlighted that since 2015, corporate and support staffing levels have been relatively flat. And while these budget reviews, reductions, reallocations that we've done over the years have made corporate services more leaner and more efficient, the complexity of delivering these services has grown significantly during the same period. Through our work, we look at continuous improvement through processes and through technology and the way our people work. Like all other areas, we evaluate our budget in the fall. We'll be looking at the services that we deliver against what the corporation needs and what the community expects and what your priorities are. But we're likely at a place where some growth will be required to maintain our services. Next slide, please. Our department also stewards city resources through various subsidies to meet council's social and economic goals. While subsidies represent investments and community outcomes, they also represent opportunity costs that ultimately impact the tax levy. Organizational subsidies provide operational funding to partners like nonprofits, business improvement areas, and agencies, boards, and commissions. We manage 153 nonprofit leases covering 2 million square feet of building space. We've also completed land sales at below market value to provide $54 million in land, so that's foregone revenue to the city, primarily to fast-track things like affordable housing. Any changes in the nonprofit leasing policy would always require council approval, and land sales that fall below market value are always brought to city council for approval. We provide over $19.8 billion in tax exemptions for properties such as hospitals, universities, and schools, which are mandated by the MGA. And this includes government buildings that we now receive grants in place of taxes for. I'm now going to pass it over to Kate Watt to give an overview of assessment and taxation.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me. I am Kate Watt. I'm the Branch Manager of Assessment and Taxation and your City Assessor. Next slide, please. Okay, so our total approved net operating requirement for assessment and taxation in 2026 was 22.6 million. As you can see from this breakdown, the majority of our costs are dedicated to personnel. This investment supports a specialized workforce of 168.7 FTEs as of January 2026, and these are professionals who are dedicated to ensuring that we meet our legal mandates for property valuation and for tax collection. Our primary cost drivers result from the city's growth and significant parcel increase, as well as the increasing number, and complexity of tax programs and a higher volume of inquiries and amounts under assessment appeal. Economic volatility and a shifting legal landscape, which is driven by tribunal rulings and legislative change, also demands significant staff expertise to navigate and places sustained pressure on the people who work for us. While the financial table indicates that the branch does not generate or recover revenues in the traditional sense, our entire purpose is to fairly and efficiently assess and collect the tax revenue that funds all the city's endeavors. Additionally, we administer programs on behalf of the corporation, including local improvements, business improvement areas, CRLs, tax exemptions, and various uplift grant programs. Ultimately, the data reflects a consistent expansion in the scale and technical complexity of the portfolios that are managed by assessment and taxation teams. Next slide, please. Okay, here are some of the performance measures that may be of interest. Assessment roll stability shows the rate of change of our assessment base from our roll declaration, which occurs in January, to the end of the tax year. And this is an indicator of the fairness and reliability of our assessment and taxation processes. The amount of tax that is paid on time reflects the stability and reliability of taxation, and over recent years, this number has been below our target. Also shown here is the number of accounts per FTE in assessment and taxation. We are above our targeted range of 2,300 to 2,400, largely because of the significant growth of the city over the last decade. And this measure indicates the efficiency and capacity of our branch. We also monitor the amount of tax that is at risk from assessment appeals, as well as the number of additional tax programs that we administer that go beyond the general tax levy. This last measure gives an indication of the overall complexity of our system. The biggest risks associated with assessment and taxation work are related to economic conditions, volatility, and tax tolerance, as well as technological and human resource stability. Now I'll pass to Saurabh Sorabi.
Thank you, Kate. Hello, I'm Saurabh Sorabi, Branch Manager, Corporate Procurement and Supply Services. Next slide, please. CPSS helps departments across the city to succeed in delivering services by providing consistent, high quality, and timely strategic advice. We handle procurement, guiding the entire procurement process for the city, ensuring we meet our legal and trade agreement obligation in conducting our purchasing activities. We provide contract management support from strategy to supplier and system support, and we support City of Edmonton supply chain operations, providing technical part supports, inventory management, asset disposal, and mail and parts courier services. CPSS manages an immense portfolio. In 2025, we awarded 340 contracts, totaling $1.8 billion. And we supported and oversaw 2,613 active agreements across the city to deliver city services. CPSS manages $25.5 million in inventory, with over 1 million physical goods flowing in and out annually to support maintenance of our fleet operations across the city. Our total approved net operating budget for 2026 is $16 million. This investment support a specialized workforce of 160 FTEs including journey persons, parts technicians, and warehouse technicians across 22 warehouses, and procurement and contract management professionals supporting cities' procurement, contract management, and supply chain functions. Other key expenses for our branch include equipment and vehicle costs, as well as warehouse and inventory operating expenses. Several factors are key cost drivers for CPSS. Increased city growth and operational demand, global uncertainty and tariffs affecting supply chains, and the challenges of managing both aging and specialized assets all play a part in an uplift in the demand for our supply chain procurement and contract management services. Furthermore, rigorous trade agreement and legal requirements governing public procurement, and also implementation and monitoring of the sustainable procurement policy require more resources to ensure compliance and successful implementation. Our sustainable procurement policy is a policy that ensures our procurement practices follows ethical standards, indigenous procurement, environmental sustainability, and social value considerations in our procurement activities. Next slide, please. These measures offer a snapshot of our services. On time in full is a key supply chain service metric representing the percentages of orders delivered to the city operations accurately and on schedule. In 2025, our average on time in full rate was 82%, and a strategic and transformational review is being conducted now under a project that we are calling it Supply Chain Transformation, with the goal of improving service level and ensuring city assets are well maintained, safe and reliable now and for future. Another metric that we are presenting on this slide is related to number of suppliers that are enabled in our P2P procurement solution, SAP Ariba. So 83% of city suppliers are currently enabled in the system with a goal of reaching 100% in the near future. Use of this system offers sustainable benefits for both the city and our suppliers, from crucial oversight and information access to efficient and transparent electronic transactions and procurement and contract management decisions making based on the data that we could get from the system. Finally, our last measure presented here ensures we consistently deliver procurement activities within realistic and targeted timelines, accommodating the varying complexities of public procurement processes for goods, services, and construction. The city's ability to maintain high service quality hinges on the execution of modern, agile, responsible, and high-quality procurement and contract management processes. This ensures maintaining the quality of services the city receives as a client of choice for vendor communities, while not exposing the city to the risk of legal, trade agreement, and supplier challenges. Now I pass it over to Harmray.
Thanks, Saurabh. Harmray, Branch Manager of Financial Services. So the Financial Services Branch provides leadership to ensure the accountable and transparent management of public funds. The four sections of the Financial Services Branch, corporate accounting, reporting and policy, financial operations, business financial analytics, and utility regulation, work in an integrated manner with internal and external partners to respond to Council's direction, meet legislative requirements, and support the financial needs of all city business areas, programs, and initiatives. Business Financial Analytics provides the financial support and analysis to each of the city's operational departments on complex planning and budgeting and a number of growing strategic initiatives, such as performance-based rates for the utilities and the municipal funding arrangements project. The branch also completes work on the financial statements and quarterly financial updates, as well as the day-to-day financial operational transactions, accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, and bylaw ticket administration. The work that the branch performs is necessary for informed financial decision-making that helps the city run smoothly and ensures legislative compliance. All this work requires a skilled workforce, time, and ongoing training to keep up with the skills and the knowledge, changes in regulatory requirements, and technology. The net expense budget for the branch is just over $24 million and is largely comprised of personnel with 220 FTEs as of January 2026. This slide includes the three measures that touch on different areas of financial services. The first two measures are related to accounts payable and accounts receivable operations within financial operations. So invoice cycle time is the duration it takes to enter, approve, post, and schedule an invoice once it's received by our accounts payable area for payment. This specifically measures the days to process vendor invoices and have them ready for payment once they are provided to our accounts payable area. Sometimes these invoices come from different areas of the city. Sometimes vendors are still sending the invoice via email, with majority coming through our SAP Ariba procurement system. The average cycle time of 2.2 days is below the 5-day target. The next measure is days taken to receive payment, which measures the number of days it takes for the city to receive payment after an invoice is issued. Tracking this measurement results in fewer bad debt expenses and helps with effective cash management. 34 days to receive payment is a positive result, as it's below the established 40-day target we have in place right now, indicating strong collection of accounts receivable. The next measure is specific to our corporate accounting and reporting and policy area. Audit findings measure the number of accounting errors that are identified in the audit of the city's consolidated financial statements by our external auditors. These errors can indicate that there are process, policies, and practices that need to be addressed. The audit for the 2025 consolidated financial statements is not yet complete and is ongoing right now. So these findings are from the 2024 statements, of which we had 6 findings, all of which have been addressed and cleared. Like all other areas of the city, the financial services branch also faces operational risks. As technology continues to change, our reliance on aging financial systems and manual processes increases our risks in data integrity and security. We anticipate that the implementations of the Enterprise Commons will be a step forwards, mitigating some of these risks over time. Also, as the City of Edmonton grows, our organization also grows, and the complexity of the work we do and the financial strategies we pursue also grow. I'll now pass it over to Nasreen.
Good afternoon. My name is Nasreen Hussain, the Acting Branch Manager of Open City and Technology. With 258.4 full-time employees, Open City and Technology, or OCT, manages and supports the majority of the city's internal and citizen-facing software solutions and core IT infrastructure, including data centers, networks, databases, and information security. This work is performed with a net operating budget of $56.5 million, primarily covering personnel, materials, and supplies. $10.3 million of this budget is recovered through shared services, IT on-demand, service billings, and the delivery of capital technology projects. The primary factors impacting OCT's costs are the city's overall growth and an increasing reliance on technology by both city employees and Edmontonians. Key cost drivers include the number and diversity of technology devices and solutions used by city staff, the increasing complexity of technology solutions, and the risks outside of OCT's control, including market volatility driven by external factors such as supply chain issues and the rapid expansion of AI. Next slide, please. In addition to the operating budget, the OCT branch is the steward of a capital budget originally approved at $32.4 million for the past 4-year cycle. These funds are divided between maintaining the city's technology systems and infrastructure and providing net new technology. The selection of new technology is governed by a technology investment governance structure that evaluates, prioritizes, acquires, and implements new technology and infrastructure. Several variables are currently putting pressure on this capital budget. An upward trend in demand for technology solutions, continued market volatility, and an ever-expanding cyber threat landscape that we must effectively manage. There are 2 primary risks to our capital profile. The first is managing the city's technology debt, specifically the aging software and hardware powering the city's services, and the second is the challenge of managing technology decisions made outside the oversight of OCT and the technology investment governance process, an issue recently highlighted in the 2025 City Auditor's Report on Information Technology Governance. Next slide, please. OCT utilizes IT systems and performance measures to manage and optimize operational resources on a daily basis. The measures we are sharing today are to provide a wholesome picture of the city's IT performance and the challenges associated with managing corporate IT as a shared service within a large, complex organization. The first measure focuses on corporate IT maturity, On a regular basis, OCT employs external frameworks and third parties to assess our organizational IT maturity. And while we manage processes and operations effectively, we are working to advance overall maturity and implement improvements in areas such as corporate IT strategy and how we make and track IT-related decisions and investments. The second measure highlights that OCT client satisfaction for technology project management has remained consistently high. This demonstrates OCT's ongoing commitment to delivering high-quality services that meet clients' expectations while diligently managing allocated funds. And the last measure speaks to the size and complexity of the city's IT portfolio, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of our current investment governance structures. Underscoring these challenges is the fact that OCT is accountable for cybersecurity across the entire organization, which is a top corporate and global risk for government administrations. Other risks include the rapid pace of technological change, the attraction and retention of technical talent, and the technology debt and sprawl highlighted in earlier slides. Thank you. I will now pass it on to Chris.
Thank you, Nisreen. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Chris Hodgson, and I'm the branch manager of real estate. As Stacy mentioned, the tax-supported portion of the real estate branch includes managing our corporate real estate transactions, including lease, sale, and acquisition of properties, as well as land and property management of our city-owned spaces. The primary cost drivers in the real estate budget are shown in red on the slide and are related to rent and utilities for space required across the organization. External services costs, shown in light blue, largely capture contracts for maintenance and security of city-owned properties, and these represent approximately 4.6% of our overall budget. Recoveries, identified in the table in the middle of the slide, include recovery for space use and utilities from non-tax levy funded areas such as waste, EPS, development services, and IAS, as well as staff time recoveries from capital, and finally, overall branch budget. An important note that I'll add is that these numbers do not include opportunity costs of nonprofit lease spaces, which is essentially foregone rent, and does not show up as an expense budget line item. This slide provides a high-level overview of the financial performance and retained earnings of Land Enterprise, which is funded through non-tax levy sources, primarily land sales revenues. Over the 2019 to 2025 period, Land Enterprise generated $222 million in gross revenue, resulting in $114 million in gross profit. These earnings have been reinvested into corporate initiatives and capital projects such as Rampart Industrial and Goodrich Corners, with $74 million in capital investment made between 2019 and 2025. In the future, reinvestments will help move the exhibition lands and river crossing projects forward. In addition to these catalytic investments, a total projected dividend of $28 million was contributed back to the tax levy from 2020 to 2026. The real estate team will be holding an optional information session on March 12th for councillors to learn more about the finer details of the land development program. The real estate branch's performance measures show the annual dividend generated was $5.3 million last year, slightly below the target of $5.4 million. While this is an important element to track, the policy relating to how the dividend is calculated was revised during the budget cycle. As such, the resulting dividend is less variable to performance and will remain relatively stable under the updated dividend policy until projects begin to draw down retained earnings. Without acquiring new land holdings, the dividend will decrease over time. The second measure, shown on the top right of the slide, identifies the amount of our leases that are in overhold, where a tenant remains in possession of our space under the terms of their previous lease agreement. Our team reviews and manages our leases effectively, and this measure consistently remains within the target. As such, the measure indicates a rate of 1.5%, which is below the upper end of target of 3%. The percentage of overdue accounts receivable was 9.9% most recently, which is well within our target of being less than 15%, again indicating that our leases and the relationships that we have with our tenants are being actively managed. In addition, I'm pleased to say that we are consistently within our target for this measure and have been trending further below our target over the last couple of years. Finally, the actual sales relative to our budgeted sales were 121% over the last 3 years, with 1 year remaining in the budget cycle that will round out this figure after 2026. Our work is contingent on market predictability. As such, as our risks show, market volatility may impact our ability to deliver on projects. I will now pass things off to Mr. Loga, who will present information on the Service Innovation and Performance team.
Thanks. Thanks, Chris. I'm Russell Logan, the Acting Branch Manager of Service Innovation and Performance. The Service Innovation and Performance branch supports the delivery and improvement of city programs through a variety of enabling services. Our core focus is on resident interaction through our customer access service, which includes 311, the Edmonton Service Center, and enhancements to our digital user experience. We do this through leveraging our city's open data platform, internal business intelligence tools, and our spatial or GIS data and technology. The majority of our branch's expenses are personnel, but similar to other enabling service branches, we also manage many of the data and technology solutions for the organization. So for example, our GIS software, our aerial imagery data, and our data visualization tools. The largest percentage of our personnel expenditure goes to 311 and customer access, and the smallest is service and strategy. Our primary cost driver is the increasing service expectation, including digitalization efforts and the dependency major services have on the complexity and services that SIP provides. Examples include number of services, complexity, and the demand of calls through 311, the increasing public demand on technology tools enhancing visibility, so for example, the snow and ice control map and the 311 application, or the desired expansion of core tools to take on new services, such as the service notification platform and maps.edmonton.ca. On the next slide, you can see some of our measures. The 311 user satisfaction survey is completed every other year, with the next one scheduled for Q4 of this year. It measures the overall customer satisfaction with the 311 call center experience. The common industry benchmark is generally 75% to 84%, and currently 311 sits at 83% overall customer satisfaction. You may be familiar with a number of our data science applications, for example, Text Depot, Unison, and Emberwise. We track usage of these tools to gather actionable intelligence related to application uptake and the program's reach within the organization. The large percentage of city branches actively using enterprise GIS platforms for core business functions demonstrates the breadth of the value of the GIS technology stack is providing across the organization. This measures our ability to drive operations and enables us to create accurate digital tools for the public and manage our open space assets effectively. And finally, the 311 service level measures the speed in which calls are answered. Our current standard is 80% within 120 seconds. Our risks are both related to erosion of service. Specifically in 311 customer access, it can be difficult to predict contact volumes, and without robust business continuity frameworks, there could be degrading of service responsiveness and exhausting staff capacity. This may compromise the city's ability to meet public service standards. And additionally, the widening gap between fiscal limitations and our expanding operational expectations poses a risk to the successful implementation and maintenance of critical corporate tools and processes. Thanks, and I'll turn it back over to Stacey.
So this next part of the presentation focuses on continuous improvement, which includes benchmarking, adjusting to feedback from Edmontonians, improving through the audit recommendations, as well as an ongoing improvement initiatives that we're going to do as part of our everyday work. Next slide, please. Compared to other Canadian municipalities, in regard to procurement, our biggest strength is in volume of bids. It shows that the city's work is appealing to businesses and that they have confidence in our procurement processes. Our AA+ credit rating is comparable to other municipalities. Our speed to answer 311 calls is slightly lower than average based on the service standards. Corporate spend on IT is also lower than most municipalities, but we want to acknowledge that it's difficult to compare our model to others because we have a decentralized spend across several departments. Another measure we look at is nonprofit leasing. As previously mentioned, we provide a large subsidization to the sector through below-market leases. You can see that the city provides significantly more subsidized space compared to other Canadian municipalities, and we're currently working on revising policies and processes. Next slide. Although much of FCS's work is behind the scenes, we do have some important points of connection with the community. Recently, we consulted with the community on programs such as the derelict tax subclass and on the development and exhibition lands and river crossing. And as you'll hear more about in the weeks to come, every 4 years we do an extensive engagement as part of developing our 4-year budget. Next slide. We view audits as a valuable opportunity to receive impartial feedback on our services. Over the past 5 years, FCS has had 17 audits, and Financial and Corporate Services still has some recommendations that we're working to close. We look forward to fully implementing those recommendations to improve efficiency and effectiveness at the department level. In 2026, we're scheduled for 3 audits, with 2 of those currently underway. Innovation and continuous improvement is a focus for Financial and Corporate Services. You can see this on the slide, but there's many on the slide. I'm just going to highlight a couple. On this list, you see municipal funding arrangements reporting process. We brought our first report to council last year, which was the first time details on the outcomes and community impacts that are achieved through funding arrangements, through various forms of grants, subsidies, rebates, sponsorship, and operating support. We've also made great strides in maturing our cybersecurity defensive strength, including technical controls, programs that reduce the potential for human error, and training and staff educational campaigns. Next slide. You can see that we've experienced some growth, but that our growth has been below that of the corporation. We've highlighted the items that have contributed to significant changes at the bottom of the slide. For example, you see the increase in 2023 actually aligns with the movement of 311 into the department. Next slide. FCS, FCS position reductions and service level adjustments have reduced the overall expenses by $99.5 million over the past 10 years. The department will continue to advance continuous improvement initiatives to realize cost savings where possible. However, again, some growth is likely necessary to ensure that we continue to provide to support the growth of the city's frontline services. Next slide. These next slides outline some of the options that we're exploring that may help with fiscal sustainability. The first is establishing a corporate user fee policy. This is planned work that is intended to be brought for council consideration this year as part of the Fiscal Gap Strategies work plan. This lever involves reviewing our user fee pricing and cost recovery ratios for various city services, identifying associated subsidies, and proposing a policy that sets a standard on how user fees are set in the future. Second is pursuing third-party partnerships in certain business lines, such as in our technology portfolio. Through our Open City Wi-Fi portal, the City of Edmonton currently provides online accessibility at select City of Edmonton locations. These 1,600 plus hotspots have traditionally been funded through the city's budgets, and there may be opportunity here to partner with private telecommunications providers to support the ongoing expansion of this, to increase online accessibility, address potential safety issues, and diminish the digital divide amongst Edmontonians. A third potential lever is to conduct targeted service reviews for cost efficiency. Today, our Corporate Services Review and Improvement Team completes service reviews with the goal of improving service excellence, quality, and integration. During times of fiscal restraint, a potential lever is to alter that focus, the focus of that team, towards a cost efficiency and cost reduction focus. A caveat about this approach, though, is that recommendations often shed light on some very difficult decisions and highlights the tension that often occurs between costs and service delivery expectations. A fourth lever is to establish a corporate tax policy to provide clear guidance towards how taxation occurs across the City of Edmonton. Today, various programs such as CRLs are funded by and ultimately impact the tax base through mechanisms that reduce the overall tax base. An established tax policy would help ensure programs utilize transparent funding methods, such as grant programs funded directly by the tax levy, rather than other means whose impact will generally constrain tax levy funding. This policy could also provide guidance on other tax-related issues, such as exemptions. And finally, we're continuously reviewing and enhancing our internal processes and strategies to maximize cost efficiency in all our procurement and contract management decisions. A key focus is a deep analysis of our most significant contracts to determine the overall cost of ownership and cost savings or avoidance opportunities. By closely examining these existing contracts and procurement methodologies, we aim to ensure that we're achieving optimal value for every dollar spent. Our department, in its role as corporate service provider, has identified 4 primary challenges and outlined strategic responses to them. The first challenge is stagnant FTE and resourcing growth, which we've talked a little bit about previously. to manage this, we're leaning into process and technology. In FCS, we support the distribution of artificial intelligence tools like Google Gemini, which is now accessible to staff across the organization. EmberWise, a tool to support wildfire risk management, and Unison, a tool to aggregate data, integrate teams, align processes, and increase public safety, all of which help staff across the corporation with workloads. Our second challenge relates to increasing service demands. In general, to limit increases to the tax levy, Financial and Corporate Services has curbed the use of service packages to add resourcing in the department. Instead, the department's strategic responses have been to focus first on efficiency of service delivery, and then we have at times decreased service levels to match the budget we've been given. In general, this practice might be unsustainable and may not be recommended in the long term for all enabling services. Third, this department's aging digital infrastructure, particularly those managed within our Open City and Technology branch. Technology assets should be viewed just like our hard assets, such as our buildings, fleet, and infrastructure. If we don't sufficiently invest in renewal, they can often break down more frequently. To limit pressures on the tax levy, the department has attempted to prioritize investments in hardware and software to those that meet mandatory legislative and safety requirements, but this practice might mean a significant portion of digital assets aren't renewed until a situation becomes untenable and we have to respond. Our fourth challenge is external in nature, and it includes market volatility and inflationary pressures. Market volatility can impact several aspects of the department, and we're seeing this in places like our Open City and Technology branch, where prices have actually increased due to the increased use of AI and data centers. And in CPSS, where the impact of tariffs on supply chain for necessary parts and equipment have had an impact on the client areas we serve. We're conducting an end-to-end supply chain transformation review to ensure that we're able to secure necessary parts to maintain our corporate assets. And finally, we're aware of how inflationary pressures, whether from our vendors or our suppliers, have a detrimental impact on our budget. Our strategic response here is a revised approach on our budget development process. This includes a first step in our presentation today and throughout March to inform Council on where we are today, but it also includes working with Council on community-based engagement sessions about our budget. Overall, we look forward to proposing a multi-year budget that balances the priorities and trade-offs for the corporation. And the last part of our presentation is on corporate programs, so I'm just gonna turn it over to Harm for that.
Thanks, Stacey. So the final section of our presentation focuses on corporate programs, as Stacey just mentioned. This section differs from other department and branch presentations, as corporate programs encompasses expenditures and revenues that benefit the entire corporation, rather than being tied to a specific service delivery program. Corporate programs capture more corporate-centric revenues and expenses and have no day-to-day operational components or personnel. The revenues and expenses within corporate programs are divided into 7 distinct segments. These segments are often significantly impacted by external factors, many of which are beyond administration's control. Consequently, a direct apples-to-apples comparison of these revenues and expenses with the rest of the organization is not always feasible. This is also why you often see larger variances from the approved budget during the year based on actual results for corporate programs. It is inherently more challenging to predict and estimate annual revenues and expenses for some of these items compared to other departments and branches across the corporation. This will become evident as I review each of these programs. Corporate programs are segmented into 7 distinct areas: capital project financing, corporate expenses, taxation expense, traffic safety and automated enforcement, neighborhood renewal program, corporate revenues, and taxation revenues. Before 2026, corporate programs included an 8th section for the Valley Line LRT. This section managed the transfer of the dedicated tax levy to the LRT reserve, which then funded Valley Line LRT expenditures across the organization. With the South Valley Line LRT now fully operational, expenditures are covered by base budgets, so mainly in Edmonton Transit Services, and funded by the tax levy. The need for the LRT reserve funding mechanism has been eliminated, making this section within corporate programs obsolete starting in 2026. So this was something we had discussed with Council during the fall 2025 supplemental budget, and it was approved then. Over the next few slides, I'll provide a high-level overview of these 7 programs, discussing the main components, revenue sources, and cost drivers for each. Next slide. Automated enforcement. So this program collects revenues from automated photo enforcement and distributes the revenues to the Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve. The reserve will fund the annual expenses for the traffic safety section within Parks and Road Services branch and other traffic safety initiatives in the operating and capital budgets. The most impactful items affecting photo enforcement revenues are the provincial traffic safety legislation and budgets, as well as driver behavior. Automated enforcement revenue has significantly declined due to provincial amendments effective April 2025. These changes, including restrictions on highway and zone enforcement, limited to playground, school, or construction zones, and intersection safety devices, red light only, severely cut the 2026 revenue budget. The policy changes are projected to cause a reserve deficit by the end of 2026. Following Council's approval of a partial expansion implementation during the fall 2025 supplemental budget discussions, administration noted the projected 2026 deficit and the need for sustainable funding for 27 to 30. Recommendations for long-term traffic safety automated enforcement reserve sustainability will be presented in Q2 2026. Capital project financing. This program, which includes corporate revenues directed specifically to capital such as investment earnings and the EdTel Endowment Fund dividend, allocates funding for capital projects on a pay-as-you-go basis and provides for repayment of outstanding tax-supported debt. This budget also includes debt charges with offsetting recoveries, which we refer to as self-supported tax-guaranteed debt, related to debt borrowed on behalf of EPCOR and other organizations, the South LRT, grant revenues and debt charges, Valley Line LRT debt charges, Downtown Arena revenues and corresponding debt charges, and revenues and debt charges related to local improvement and transfers to other reserves. The main drivers impacting this program are investment markets, which impact the level of investment earnings the city earns and redirects to capital through pay-as-you-go, as well as debt interest rates, which impact the debt servicing cost on new debt borrowed. Corporate expenses. This program includes expenses pertaining to the city's risk management program, including insurance premiums, WCB premiums, and financial strategies. The financial strategies budget incorporates risk-adjusted budget estimates. These estimates enable the city to centrally manage the risk associated with highly volatile budget line items, such as fuel, utilities, and inflationary impacts on contracts, parts, and materials, as well as collective bargaining. Corporate expenses also include the council contingency budget. The risk management program is for the city's insurance premium costs and insurance claims. Cost drivers are rising costs for insurance premiums and claims against the city that are outside the city's control. The WCB premium costs are impacted by WCB premium rates, which can fluctuate year over year based on a variety of factors, including claims experience and costs for our organization and industry. Payroll changes and changes in inflation and the cost of medical care can impact premium costs as well. Economic and market factors such as inflation can impact our materials, parts, fuel, and utility costs across the corporation. We endeavor to manage the risk of highly volatile budget line items over the 4-year budget cycle by maintaining risk-adjusted budgets within our financial strategies account. This also encompasses the management of our union contract settlements and related salary impacts. Next slide. Corporate revenues. This program includes corporate revenues used to partially offset the corporate tax levy requirements. The revenues are from sources such as EPCOR dividends, the Land Enterprise dividend, EPCOR water, wastewater, and power franchise fees, the ATCO gas franchise fee, tax penalties, tax certificates, and bylaw and fine revenues. Each of these main revenue sources is influenced by various factors. For instance, the EPCOR dividend is established over the 4-year budget based on EPCOR's forecasts, with EPCOR board sometimes announcing additional fees annually based on performance and financial results. The Land Enterprise dividend depends on the enterprise operational growth and its retained earnings balance. Franchise fees are tied to consumption levels and approved rates, some of which are capped by provincial legislation. Tax penalties are influenced by economic conditions. A slower economy often leads to a rise in tax penalties due to unpaid property tax bills, while a growing economy typically increases business license revenues. Bylaw and fine revenues are directly proportional to the number of infractions. The Neighborhood Renewal Program. So this program collects dedicated taxation revenues to be used for the capital construction for neighborhood renewal. The program also includes alley renewal. It's dedicated to renewing Edmonton's roads and alleys, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and street lights, as well as any missing sidewalk links. During the neighborhood renewal process, the redevelopment of other city-owned areas within the community, such as parks and green spaces, are also explored. The neighborhood renewal costs are largely impacted by inflationary impacts required for the cost to deliver the program. Taxation expenses covers property tax levy-related expenses like appeals, bad debts, and losses on the sale of tax properties. We also include supplementary tax revenue in this program, which serves to offset part of these expenses. Supplementary taxes are additional property taxes levied when a property is added to the roll during the year and are directly related to real growth during the year. Tax appeal losses are taxation revenue losses the city incurs when property owners are successful in their appealing their assessment. There are two main reasons for increases in loss risk. First, as the overall tax levy increases, the assessed value under appeal represents more tax dollars. The second is that as property owners reach the limits of their tax tolerance, they are more inclined to appeal their assessment. Lastly, taxation revenue. This program includes municipal property tax levies for residential and non-residential properties associated with the general tax levy, as well as payments made in lieu of taxes assessed for some provincial and federally owned properties. Total tax revenue is based on the property tax bylaw passed by City Council each year. Taxation revenue collected is based on the annual net operating requirement to provide services and infrastructure delivery to the residents of Edmonton. It is based on the city's general tax levy assessment base and the tax rate approved by council. The grants in lieu of taxes for provincial buildings can fluctuate year to year based on the approved provincial budget. Thank you. So that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Great, thank you so much for the thorough presentation. That was perfect timing. We are at the 3:30 break, so we're going to recess for 15 minutes and be back at 3:45. Thank you. Started here. Check with folks online. Do a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Clark.
Yep, good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Hello.
Hello. Mayor Knack had to step out. Councillor Parmar.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Paquette is not here, but on city business. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott, I also believe, is away on city business. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. So I'll just look to the board for questions. I believe, Councillor Stevenson, were you on the board previously?
Yeah, I believe that is true. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the presentation. Great diversity of work happening in this department, so thank you very much for sharing. I wanted to maybe delve into a more philosophical question, but I think it does translate into how we're budgeting and sort of measuring benefits. So Ms. Padbury, you talked about sort of some of the, like for lack of a better word, invisible subsidies that we're providing through our real estate. And I think where I struggle is, well, so there's two themes. It's going to be a fun 5 minutes. One thing I struggle with is that when we provide below market space, I appreciate there's an opportunity cost, but there's not necessarily a direct cost. And so where I think I struggle a little bit in the logic is again, let's say we move to more of, again, providing grants for them to pay us back for full market rate. What I struggle with there is we would be collecting real money from Edmontonians through taxes to give back to ourselves for a cost that we're not actually incurring.
I'm not sure I would see it that way, because I think you're incurring those costs anyway, in the fact that it ultimately impacts the net tax levy requirement. So every time we give a thing away for free that we could have charged a revenue for, we tend to lose, I don't want to say we lose sight of it, but it's not immediately visible. And what that would do we'd collect a revenue and you'd pay it out. So it's a net nothing, but now it's visible what you're doing.
So I don't, but I think it is not where I struggle. Is that, okay, maybe your first question is it, would we be able to lease all of our real estate at market rates?
I'd look to Chris, but I'd probably not.
Councillor Stevenson, not in all cases.
Yeah, and so again, it seems like it's this hypothetical opportunity cost that may not actually be realistic.
But then I wouldn't own it either. Like, we're owning a lot of stuff to offer at a heavily discounted rate that comes with capital renewal requirements in the future that we wouldn't keep buildings just to have them empty. And right now we're keeping buildings to allow people to use them for very discounted amounts.
Right, and so that asset rationalization piece, like I think I can see it more from that perspective in terms of the asset rationalization.
Yes, Councillor, and I would say that policy work will come forward with consideration for this later this year.
Yeah.
That will allow for a more fulsome discussion in terms of the impacts and potential policy options that Council has. I will say we're being thoughtful and considerate both with regard to the impact of the tenants and the valuable services that they provide in those spaces, as well as the city's financial considerations, which include things like the age of the assets, any kinds of investments for renewal, and any other actions that may be required for intervention. So all of those things will be considered and will come forward for council's consideration.
Great. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting conversation and appreciate digging into that. I think also we often talk about sort of the clarity and what's transparent for Edmontonians, and I think sometimes when we talk about, for example, people sort of understand, oh, we're going to not collect taxes on this property for 5 years, and then after 5 years we start to collect, and everyone's like, oh, that makes a ton of intuitive sense. I think often, the advice is that to make it clear what we're doing, again, we need to get a grant to pay for the taxes that we're not collecting. Again, I think that sometimes that can be more confusing for Edmontonians. So how do we... Again, yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think when we approach it from a transparency perspective, if I just use like an exemption, for example, like if we offer if we offered them as grants, it would be clear to Edmontonians what would be happening. And not everyone's got the same level of understanding of how this all works together. But when we just exempt, what happens is people pay for that through the distribution. The fact that we were collecting, like if you had something that you were collecting over 10 people, but now you're going to collect over 9 people, that isn't as visible to people as it would be if you collected and then granted.
I'm over time, but thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford.
My questions are for procurement. Is procurement more focused on operational procurement, or do you also do work with IIS on capital?
Yeah, we procure basically everything city has. Procurement is centralized in the city, so IIS and operations both.
So does procurement ultimately have the final say, or like how does that interplay work when you're supporting other departments and a project team? Are you because I saw in your thing that you said, sometimes you're advisors, but you're saying you're centralized in leading. So
Yes.
When are you an advisor role, and when are you kind of the final decision maker on those procurement things?
Good question. So any city contracts that is being awarded need concurrence from procurement and business areas both. So our concurrence is on compliance, using the right processes, making sure the fairness and integrity of the process, but the ultimate decision on the expenditure is on the expenditure officer in the business area. So it's a joint effort. We lead the process, and then usually the final amount, the contract award, is being approved by the business delegated authority, whether branch manager, DCM.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, because I just want to, the centralized procurement really cares about the process and the integrity of making sure that we're meeting like legislative obligations in terms of a fair, open, transparent process in the ranking system that's used, that there's no people that have a conflict of interest that are on the evaluation panel. Those are the kind of things that your team is looking out for, but ultimately the scoring itself, like who gives it a 5, who gives it a 3, would be the project team.
We facilitate that process as well
yeah.
to ensure the fairness of it. So there is official evaluation sessions and business areas. It's usually a multidisciplinary team to make sure we have a balanced representation on the panel, and we help facilitate. Just to add to that, Councillor, we also help with the best value discussions as well, like when there is a decision on what to evaluate, what is the percentage split between technical and fee prices. We get involved in those and share with the business best practices. So ultimately, I would say it's a joint decisions, but there are areas that it's mainly our swim lane, the things you mentioned about compliance, and there are things that are more implementation and project management, which is on the business. But again, it's not like a solid line, if that makes sense.
No, that makes, that makes sense. What about after a contract is procured? Again, I go to IIS, and I know we'll have some separate, and then they need to do a scope change. How does that kind of stuff work and interplay with your area?
Yeah, so For IAS specifically, because they have very thorough project management processes in place, they are the lead on those decisions and negotiating, amending the contracts. But my team and legal services, especially on my team, it is going to be on an as-needed basis. We sometimes provide advice and support.
Do you ever advise not to reopen the contract?
Well, it depends on the case. If a contract is closed, then it couldn't be extended. But the first.
But even if a scope change is done, doesn't that allow for the successful applicant to also come back with changed prices?
It could, but again, it goes beyond our scope of support. So
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
I think that's a better question for IAS itself. On how
I just
they
was
manage
wondering
the
if
scope
there's
change.
any advice you give on that, and looking at the totality of like making sure things are on time and on budget. Does that ultimately fall on that department
That
then?
at this point falls under IAS and the departments, not just IAS, but in general
In any department that's procuring?
That's procuring. We award
Yeah.
the contract, and then it's being transitioned to the business to be contract managed, and they brought us in if they need support. Again, depending on complexities of the business area, some rely on services more. IAS specifically, I would say they have enough
And
sophisticated
Do
processes.
you have point people that are assigned to specific departments or specific areas?
We do.
Okay, thank
On
you.
a contract side and procurement side
And
both.
do they pay for those fees for those?
They pay for some of our positions are capitalized, yes.
So will we see that position cost in this presentation or in the presentation of the departments?
I believe the CPSS positions that are capitalized are in this presentation as well.
Yep, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. If we did it as grants, is that an easier way to, I guess, track the outcomes?
Potentially, like when we do municipal funding arrangements, for example, right now it's very easy for us to identify all the funding payments and transfers that we made against the outcomes. When it gets to things like nonprofit leasing, we don't even always have the data to tell you exactly how much that lease is worth.
Okay, so, okay.
And sorry, that was just using leasing as one example.
Yeah. And then I'm just wondering with those assets that are kind of reaching the end of life, and are we looking to consolidate maybe some of those nonprofit groups together?
Councillor, as I mentioned, the policy work for nonprofit leasing will come forward to council for consideration. On an individual basis, we do look at the different decision points as leases come up for renewal in terms of what the status of the building is from a quality or from a condition standpoint, and then make decisions on the asset even today. So hoping to be able to tie some of that more global information in when we come back in the future.
Okay, so but right now, is it one nonprofit that is using one whole building or just a portion thereof?
I'd say there's a variety of different circumstances.
Okay, so there is opportunity that we could consolidate if.
I'm
I'll wait
cautious,
for the leasing.
Cautious to provide information out of context.
Okay.
So, I do think that it's probably better suited for that future conversation.
Okay,
Thanks.
okay. I'm just gonna double check that I didn't have anything else. I don't think so. No, I'm good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark, can you take the chair so I can take a round?
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, just on the slide around options and levers to help with fiscal sustainability, understanding that a number of those are already underway, I did have a question about the establishment of a corporate tax policy. Is that, what's happening on that front? Is that work also underway? Or is that an option?
It's an option. It's something that I would say we would continue to look at throughout the year. But we're going there, but we haven't started the work. Is that a fair way to put it?
I think the fair way to put it would be that we have a sort of imputed corporate tax policy. What we would like to do is make it explicit so that it is sort of something that council can review and understand fully and approve or agree with.
Right.
That work is to come.
Okay, so it's not like that needs to be directed, it's underway, it is coming, it will eventually land in front of us.
We would I would say the work is underway and we'll bring it to you when we've done sufficient work.
Gotcha. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Wanted to just ask a few questions around just some of the risks associated with aging digital infrastructure and trying to get to a place where we have sufficient investment in the renewal of those assets. And I'm just trying to understand, does our asset management framework for our digital infrastructure, is it it's the same as when we're talking about our physical infrastructure? Like, are we using RIMs around cost minimization for our digital assets as well?
Do you know the answer to that, Nazreen?
Yes, we do use RIMs for part of our digital assets.
Okay, and I think
I would say it's a place though, like certainly with Daryl when he was here, we were working through the realization that we're becoming more robust in renewal on the hard asset side, and that we need to actually draw that out on the digital technology side also.
Totally, and I'm just trying to draw those parallels to see if the work we're doing on the renewal front for those hard, physical assets is reflected on the digital side, and I think we've done a good job quantifying our renewal gap when it comes to our hard infrastructure. Have we quantified the gap on the digital side? And I guess a secondary question, do we have an understanding of like the increased operational costs because we're not renewing those assets? Or are we not quite there yet?
We're not quite there yet, so we don't have a figure, so we have not quantified that, but there is definitely something in that space.
Okay, yeah, I think it would be really fantastic to sort of apply that similar approach to the digital side. Yeah, that's it for now, and I'll take the chair back.
Chair return.
And I'll go to Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. That kind of was going on a train of thought where I was going to go on infrastructure. I just kind of going on that lens. It's kind of fair to say, because when I'm reading between the lines here, it looks like, if we updated some of this infrastructure, whether, technology based, it seems like there'd be like a lot of efficiencies and even revenue generation, if I'm kind of interpreting this data and presentation correctly. Is that fair to say? Or am I stretching on it?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. I think there's areas where that's potentially the case, but I don't know that I would say that everywhere.
Procurement, yeah.
So procurement's a good example where I would say like 10 years ago, like the way we procured and the systems we use were very different, and we've modernized that, and it's allowed us to do more things and get more valuable insight. Has it necessarily saved us money? I'm not sure I would extend, not direct, but maybe indirect.
And I guess, and then how does that go to, we're talking about 3-on-1 modernization, right? I mean, I think if we're trying to achieve the service levels that we want, and I think probably citizens will agree that they want higher service levels, what does that look like in terms of technology updates, or is it just more in personnel, right?
Mr. Logan, you want to take that?
Yeah, most of it around the modernization of technology will help assist with that. Also with accuracy, and our client, the expectations of clients are also growing to be seeing like things from beginning to end. So there's a few things in there that as we go through our app modernization later this year, we'd see some improvements.
And then the last thing I just had, just on the levers, I really appreciate, like, I don't have too many questions on the financial data that was presented, just on kind of the future state. The user fees policy, that recommendation, is that just trying to get a ratio right, so try to kind of have some cost recovery, if I'm reading that correctly, and that's sort of an option that you want to look forward with?
Yeah, and we want to apply a consistent methodology across the city. Not necessarily that everyone has the same cost recovery, but that we're applying a consistent methodology to how we think about which costs should be recovered and which costs would be general subsidy.
And then the other one on third-party partnerships, just specifically on tech partners. And that's, you know, I know there's a couple ones you identified here. Do you think, is there even more opportunities you think they're on the table too?
Potentially, but I don't know that I would need to collect some more of those. I think people are changing the way that they're thinking about this, and we're looking for more and more of those opportunities. I don't know that I could point to any other specific examples at this moment.
All good.
Okay. Would you like to move a second round?
Sure, I'll move second round.
Second.
Okay, please vote on second round.
Councilor Morgan, yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor Jans.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Display the votes. That is carried. There we go. Councillor Stevenson, were you on the board?
Yeah, thank you. Just to circle back on the last conversation. So yeah, appreciate the point around exemptions. If it's 10 people paying and then it's 9, those 9 are paying more. I guess I'm always thinking if it's 10 that have to pay 100 and we add an 11th and they don't pay in for 5 years, let's say, like I feel like that's a different equation.
Potentially, but now you still have 11 people benefiting and 10 people paying.
Yeah, interesting. Always lots of fun. I think you answered it, but I just wanted to clarify too. So I think we've started becoming a bit more rigorous in terms of identifying the value of the land that we provide for affordable housing and identifying that as a contribution. Do we have that same number for the value of the leases that we're providing below market?
Councillor, yeah, I think that we do have some information that quantifies what we think that market value estimate would look like.
Okay.
Again, we'll probably form part of the information that returns to council in the future.
Perfect. Oh yeah, I think there was an interesting question. It's sort of noted in the report how our land sales are sort of inevitably going to trend downwards as we run out of inventory. Just wondering how that factors in. I'm just thinking that we also do gain new inventory through capital projects, and we then have surplus lands after that. So do we have a long-term model that sort of shows that overall?
Councillor, I wouldn't say with regard to capital projects and surplusing land. Ultimately, that is really reliant on the investments that council makes and the timing of those investments. We do have a model that suggests how our land will be sold over time and the impacts. Council receives a land holding status report every year from my team, which provides really in-depth, detailed information on our activities on the land side on a yearly basis. It categorizes land in terms of how it's used, our investments that are made over the year, and then provides kind of I wouldn't say long-term including those items, but certainly longer-term projections in terms of impact to our holdings as they sit today.
Okay, thank you for that. And I may embarrass myself, but I recall when we had our conversations around Municipal Development Corporation, we had talked about having an annual report specifically on land enterprise. I was just wondering where we see that, or where. Yeah, because I think the figures that were shared here in terms of the output from there was really helpful, and just wondering if we get that on a more regular basis.
Councillor, we certainly can. Again, in terms of land as a corporation, that land holding status report provides kind of an overall view of that, but certainly outside of the budget discussions, there isn't necessarily something that ties back specifically to land enterprise. So I think that is something we can bring forward.
Okay, I think that would be really, really helpful for that. Finally, just with our procurement, so I know we have our social procurement policy, our Indigenous procurement policy. So just want to ensure, and then I think also, buying local is becoming an increasingly important piece, and I think tied really directly to our economic development priorities. Just wondering, just wanting to ensure that that type of measuring and reporting will be part of the metrics moving forward?
Yes, and it is already part of the metrics, Councillor.
Great.
Like I can report and say in 2025, 83% of our procurements had sustainable procurement built into them, including social and indigenous. And in May, you will see some more numbers on the statistics on local procurement and other stuff.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I'm going to stay with real estate. First, just to kind of pick up on Councillor Stevenson's question, I remember a really comprehensive report that was circulated by real estate, and in that there was like a bar graph that showed like how you evaluate every year sort of what is actually true surplus to city needs and our regular. I'm wondering do you recall the report I'm talking about?
Councillor Rutherford, yes, that's the landholding status report I was referring to in the answer previously. There should be an updated 2025 version provided to council here in the next month or two.
So keep an eye
so
out for that.
That will show the difference between the two.
Because I think there's a misperception in the public that we are holding a bunch of land that is surplus and we could be selling off and getting rid of. But we do that evaluation comprehensively on a regular basis, right?
That's correct. We actually have a really good idea of our land assets, where they are, how they're being deployed, and how they're being efficiently used. You're correct. There is this perception that the city does own a lot of land. I will acknowledge the city does, in fact, own a lot of land, but it is being effectively used, much of it in terms of operations, park space, river valley areas, and so not necessarily a windfall of opportunity in terms of surplus properties.
Yeah, and then for enterprise, when we go into this budget, the land enterprise retained earnings, I do notice your risks, and I am worried about some of our business models and some of the things for. I'm thinking of Goodrich Corners, I'm thinking of Blatchford, and I'm thinking of the one over by the Coliseum. Exhibition lands, and our projections, and whether they think they'll hold, or if there's shifts that we need to be making there.
Councillor, we have I would say, a model that manages cash flow. So in terms of land enterprise operations, we don't borrow to develop land. We fund those operations through land sales. And so as properties or developments are built out, cash gets invested into the properties. We sell properties, we generate revenues. That revenue gets reinvested into the land fund. And so that stops, I would say, us being or being over leveraged from that perspective. We do think that the investments that we're making today, we have a really good handle on when those projected revenues will come out. And so we feel a great amount of comfort in terms of our capital plan over 2026.
And the business cases for those land earnings.
That's correct.
Okay, that was my question.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any further questions on the board. We'll be able to move to our next item, but I did just want to check in with colleagues, understanding that it sounds like the next presentation is about 40 minutes long. Nods, yes. We can absolutely do that. We just won't be able to get to questions. I do think it's worthwhile to get the presentation underway if no one's opposed to that. Mm-hmm. Great. Okay, so we'll move on to our UP presentation. I believe. Yes. There we go. Oh, apologies, folks. Before you run off, we did not have an opportunity to go in private. I'm just getting notification that some colleagues may desire to do so.
I'll move that we go into private on item 3.2.
Just wait 1 second. I'm just going to check in. Does anyone have any questions for in private? I'm not seeing anyone in the room. I'm just checking in online. Just give me 2 seconds here. Yeah, I'm not seeing a desire to go in private, so I think we are good. Okay, no, we can move on. Apologies for the mix-up. Thanks so much, everyone, and I will return the chair to Mayor Knack. We're just starting with our presentation from Urban Planning and Economy.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thanks for everyone on that. Sorry I didn't get to join for that piece. Just finishing up some city business, and so I will submit a few questions over to Stacy separately. So thank you. We're just going to move the teams around, right? There we go.
Yeah, your delegation is just en route.
I mean, there is there's an argument, like, do we get the presentation, because it's probably going to take 40 minutes. So we might as well do it. Although we also have an important iftar dinner that we are hosting. So actually, there could be an argument that maybe we actually we already finished 2, we're on good pace. That was actually what we were shooting for, at least 2 a day. So if councillors are okay with it, I actually might argue that we recess now and then start tomorrow with this item, and then we can all actually get to our destination at the appropriate time that we're supposed to be there, which will still even be hard at rush hour. Okay, should we just do a motion then for that, just to recess early this? Or I can just recess right now.
So you could just
Yeah, I'm just going to run. We don't, we make the rules. Excellent. Well, unless there's anyone online that has any particular concerns with this approach, I think we will actually just take our recess now then. Let's see, it's okay. I don't see anyone jumping in anywhere. So yeah, why don't we do that? So tomorrow we will be back and we will start right at 9:30 with item 3.3. And then we're on recess until tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. So thanks everyone, and look at me, 1 minute worth of work. Now I'm out. Okay, goodbye.